Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to add my support to this very important bill and to cite a very important change that I think that would do well for development of communities and by extension the overall development of our island, understanding the importance of tourism as a main driver in the economy of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, in time past, participation of communities were through mothers groups, were through sporting clubs, and that the whole responsibility of development of our island did not rest on central government. We have had a few development partners who have come on board, like the Basic Need Trust Fund, in the establishment of social goods, and they have contributed over the years, over 45 years, significantly in contributing to the development, especially as it relates to social infrastructure on this island. We have seen the difficulties associated at times with the maintenance and upkeep of all our infrastructure, including roads, buildings, schools, government offices. But the very engine of growth and development is the tourism sector. And for the longest while, it has been private sector driven, and to a large extent, the people of St. Lucia has been excluded in the main in participating effectively in the tourism sector. The Community Tourism Development Act has changed that mindset and has allowed for communities, or the word communities, to now speak about tourism in a very important way. Mr. Speaker, I really like to speak and to connect this piece of legislation to some of the development that has happened and will continue to happen in Castries Southeast. You know, earlier on, you know, the leader of opposition on the other side referenced myself and the member from Babonneau, pointing out, saying, this is what will happen to the member of Central, as if something bad has happened. You know, one of the amazing things that the members on the other side cannot appreciate is the unity and strength of the St. Lucia Labour Party. And as strong as the party has been in the past, the leadership of this party has contributed to the party being strong. My presence here and contribution in this house today, just like it has been in the past, will forever represent the care and concern for people of Castries Southeast. And those who come after will benefit in the contribution that has been made by many persons, including myself. So from that context, do not be afraid. In fact, when I see how much people lament of the member from Mikud South, it would do good justice if he decide to walk on the last day the doors with me as we make our exit. St. Lucians would be St. Lucians would be extremely happy for such an occasion. And of course, if the member of the opposition feel lonely, he'll not be alone, because member of the from Babonneau will be there, and he could also invite the member from Castries, the former member Pal Rep for Castries Southeast. He too could join, and the four of us can work out together. St. Lucians will be extremely happy. So do not worry. Not you, sir. Not you. Not you. Not you. You may be ahead, but you're not included. But, Mr. Speaker, this tourism bill, and I like to cite the reference to constituency councils. The idea behind constituency councils, and as established by former prime ministers who believe in the empowerment of people, it has been there, but to some extent it has seemed lame. Like it wants to move forward, but it doesn't want to. And when this piece of legislation would cite a major partner like constituency council to participate in community tourism, I can now envisage how a council together with people in the constituency could submit a proposal for a community market. A community market has seemed a difficult asset to be implemented by central government. In many communities, and the Caribbean Development Bank through this Basic Needs Trust Fund, who used to do it before, have decided that it is no longer part of the menu of social intervention. They will stay away from it. And what has happened over the years? The development of markets across communities basically has come to an end. What is the effect of this? Congestion in the city. Of course, the Castries market seems to be the place for everybody. And apart from the other constituencies where markets are, you could actually see that traffic congestion and the whole city is actually, it's difficult to manage and people are not enjoying what's supposed to be a market day. I see through the community tourism that the Castries Southeast market and the vision for that place can now find a partner in the Ministry of Tourism together with other partners so that we could realize the development of Castries Southeast. And not only Castries Southeast, but other constituency council through their ministries can now identify projects and proposals that is fitting within the whole thrust and the whole idea of community tourism to move forward the development of our country. I think this is very novel, it is timely, and like I said, the issue of community-based organizations participating for the better good of the wider community is very novel and it is timely. I see no other mechanism that could have been forged thinking of tourism and how it has been in the past. Tourism has been basically the business of a few persons with much money to invest in the market, hoteliers, boat owners. But the vision of this government to say it can come closer to the people, community tourism, spark an idea, and that light is even coming out brighter that we could now look at community-based organizations. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to be of a progressive government. I'm proud to be of a party that continue to put people first. And whereas the debate at sometimes take all different forms, all different shapes, and you hear all strange things, but when you listen to the ethos and you listen to the fruit of the conversation, if St. Lucians are paying attention, this government is putting you first at all times in every policy, in every conversation, every change in enactment, so that we can better serve our people. So I rise to give contribution to this. I rise to support this bill as we move our country forward, and future generations will certainly support this. I applaud the Minister of Tourism and our Prime Minister for bringing this bill and the amendments to this House at this time. Thank you very much.
Member for Choiseul-Saltibus.
Merci, Monsieur Speaker. Mais bien content de Michael Katava et puis si pas de Katava avec mettre cross floor on chai mon de kai on chai bay. But Mr. Speaker, to address the bill in front of us, Mr. Speaker, I do support the amendment of the community tourism development. However, Mr. Speaker, I wish to ask the member for Castries South some questions and seek some clarification on some items. Incidentally, I'm actually familiar with a family in Choiseul who have been having the problem that he speaks about with regards to family land, and so I'm really happy you raised that, because hopefully that could be a solution to the issues that he's been having, because he's doing a very wonderful tour right now, but he has this issue of expanding because of the family land issue. And in Choiseul we have a lot of these issues where lands are family owned, and to get to break it down to an actual person to be responsible is a very difficult task because of the number of generations that have passed. I do have some concerns with regards to the constituency councils, and I'll tell you what my concerns are. When I was in government, I remember acquiring the sugar mill in Monsieur, and the intention at the time was to make it a product, a tourism product where the community could benefit, but it should come under the jurisdiction of the. So here's the question. In an aspect like that, I think it's okay because it's crown lands. You put the constituency council in. But where do you draw the line as to what kind of business can the constituency council go into? Because can the constituency council go into competition with a restaurant, for example, with other restaurants in the area, a bar? So I think there should be limitations because with the power or the backing of government, it might be seen as unfair competition. And so that is the concern I have. How do we supervise it so that it does not appear to the ordinary bar owner or restaurant owner or other business that a lot of people are engaged in, to prevent what might appear to be coming from a position of advantage with the constituency council to compete with these people. But I do appreciate the other aspects of it where you may have crown lands. For example, what's happening in Sufra, the Sufra Regional Development Foundation, the Sulphur Springs. There's nobody that can compete with that. There's no other person engaged in that kind of activity. So the Regional Foundation have that, monopoly. But where there are other little businesses, how do we avoid what might be deemed as unfair competition? But so I do support that. I'm happy that we as a government also support the village tourism, now dubbed community tourism, because we recognize, of course, the number of communities that can benefit from that. So I hope that when you're doing your rebuttal, you could advise on that. Thank you.
Member for Mico South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I too want to support my colleague in supporting any amendment that is going to help enhance the opportunity for more St. Lucians to be able to get involved in tourism. I hope that the member from Castries South will take what I'm going to say in good spirit and not see it as criticism, but as an opportunity. And now that he has had 4 years under his belt to look at community tourism, I've certainly from a distance been able to discern some differences between what we were trying to do in village tourism and what it appears that they're attempting to do in community tourism. The member from Castries South, as the Minister of Tourism, Mr. Speaker, on multiple occasions in recent times, has lamented the fact that we don't have enough hotel rooms. And specifically, he's indicated affordable rooms. With the closure of the Rex properties, which were clearly long overdue, having a 3-star property on a 7-star beach doesn't make any sense. And it actually was a limitation for many smaller properties in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, especially special economy properties. So you can imagine trying to compete with a hotel that's selling for $100 on the beach, and you're trying to compete with that, and you're not on the beach. Village tourism, I don't know now if it's community tourism because I see that they're focusing on the attraction side of it. Village tourism was always intended to fill that gap, Mr. Speaker. And the difficulty that St. Lucians, and especially St. Lucians that are entering into the realm of tourism, where it be a restaurant, where it be an Airbnb, or where it be a small guest house, are confronted with the very high entry cost to get into this sector, Mr. Speaker. The world has changed, Mr. Speaker. I go back and I date myself, Mr. Speaker, where we used to sell all of our business through tour operators. And as such, there was not a lot of opportunity for smaller properties to evolve. Because if you weren't a big enough property, if you didn't have a high enough rate, the tour operators would not put you in their brochure. Today that has changed because we have the likes of Expedia and Bookit.com and lots of online booking. And we have a rating system through TripAdvisor and other such entities that have given solutions now a fighting chance. And the purpose of village tourism, Mr. Speaker, was always to be that entity that was going to help reduce the cost of entry by providing a booking system for the small properties, by providing an accounting system. The actual accounting system is called rooms, to provide training. So health and security, we don't think and understand how much this costs. So for a smaller property, having to pay $3,000 or $4,000 twice a year to get their staff trained, when you have a very small budget, is a big issue. The fact is we have a tremendous opportunity right now because the foreign direct investment that's coming in, Mr. Speaker, wants to get a much higher return and is getting involved in much higher end properties, which will be very difficult for any solution coming into the sector to compete against. But certainly by combining lands that government has that are viable, lands that are near the beach, lands that have proper infrastructure, sewage systems, water, are subdivided, sidewalks, and very importantly, ordinances. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you're very familiar, and certainly the member from Gros-Islet would be very familiar with the difficulties that we're having in the Rodney Bay area and the Gros-Islet area with the coexistence of houses, restaurants, hotels, and nightclubs. And we're having a difficulty in going back after the fact and enforcing and implementing ordinances. So imagine, if you will, if we identify pieces of land where we can do the subdivisions and solutions now can buy into it, and in buying into it have already agreed with those ordinances from the beginning. And this is where I'm hoping the minister, in his remaining time, which he says he has some remaining time, great, that maybe they can look at this. I'm certainly willing to make myself available, as I was day one, because at the end of the day it's about improving the opportunities for solutions, and I certainly would never let politics get in the way of the development of St. Lucia, nor the opportunities for young solutions. But I'll say this, Mr. Speaker, certainly we're coming close to elections, I think. Prime Minister certainly alluded to that. Certainly on the United Workers' Party, Mr. Speaker, we very much will continue with this development and enhancing it to make sure that solutions are given every single opportunity to be part of this investment. Because I agree with the member from Castries Southeast. That is what has really been missing. And the more profitable part is in the accommodation. And the accommodation is really what's going to drive our opportunity. The capacity for St. Lucia to grow is restricted to the number of rooms. That's what must come first. Once you have rooms, the airlift will follow. You can use marketing and enhanced marketing to help encourage more airlift. But certainly, we need more rooms. We need to see more St. Lucians becoming ambassadors in this industry. And I'd certainly like to encourage the minister that they continue with the development of what he calls community tourism, what we call village tourism, and look at it to make up that shortfall of hotel rooms, particularly in the economy sector. I believe, and I know that we said it when we were in government, that we would not give incentives to foreigners coming in to invest in 3.5-star properties and down. And we would keep that specifically for our solutions. And look, You know, I say this story always to young people to give them some level of hope. When Butch Stewart opened up his first hotel, he opened up his first hotel, Mr. Speaker, because he couldn't get foreign exchange. He had a company that was selling air conditioners and ATL. And he bought a hotel, Montego Bay, at the end of the runway. It was 25 rooms in 1981. And everybody laughed at him because he bought this hotel at the end of the runway, and he started a thing where he got all the staff to wave at the planes when they passed by, and it became a big phenomenon. And today, Sandals has over 14,000 hotels. And I want to say to all St. Lucians, the opportunity of getting into this industry, because it has an endless opportunity for growth. 14,000 rooms. Yeah, rooms. No, 14,000 rooms. Yeah, 14,000 rooms, if I said it incorrectly. Rooms. There's some revealing numbers, because sometimes we become discouraged, we put limitations on ourselves. I always say to people, Jamaica, and my prayers go out to the people in Jamaica, my understanding is they're taking a serious pounding, and over 30 people from what I've heard have been reported dead already, and you've not heard the same thing. I was just speaking to somebody in Jamaica. So I'm not going to say this as an authoritative person, but that's the number that came back. So, Mr. Speaker, Jamaica gets almost 1 million arrivals from the tri-state. The tri-state. And we in St. Lucia get about 250,000 arrivals from all of America. Mexico gets 44 million arrivals a year. The opportunity for us to grow and for everyone to prosper in this industry is real. And I think as a government, we should be making every opportunity to help support those small business people, providing an accounting system, providing the marketing support, providing direction with interior decorating. It hurts my heart up to today when I go and see St. Lucians who have returned home, get into this industry without the requisite knowledge, and are spending the money. And you can go there from the get-go and know that that is not going to succeed. They missed the mark. The rooms are too small. They've designed it inappropriately, not the greatest interior decorating, and it's painful. And I think that we can avoid a lot of those things because it is an important transition. And especially now, you know, Mr. Speaker, that we have so many St. Lucians who've been working in the industry over the years, who've become food and beverage managers, front desk managers, head of marketing, because, I mean, the vast majority of hotels now in St. Lucia are St. Lucian. I mean, I think the one area that we have not mastered to the extent that we should would be maintenance and in food and beverage. We have some good sous chefs, but I think that there's a tremendous amount of opportunity. But in all of the other fields, all the other positions, St. Lucians have done well, all throughout the length and breadth of not only in St. Lucia, but in the region. Imagine creating an incubator system that allows them to take that talent and to translate it, whether it's into a restaurant of their own, whether it is into a duty-free shop of their own, whether it is into their own small hotel. And ultimately, their success in the small hotel area may afford them the opportunity to grow. And they may become the next Sandals brand right here. Everything is possible, but I think creating that opportunity in the initial phases. So village tourism, again, and I'm hoping that community tourism has the same levels of DNA. I know when the minister came in, he said it was the one area, the one thing that he liked, although it needed some adjustments, is by creating the opportunities in the multitude of villages and to diversify our investments. And it's about making sure that all the ministries are on board with that. Health and Security, Ministry of Infrastructure, Ministry of Health, so that the communities themselves have sufficient infrastructure in order to support these smaller properties. So, Mr. Speaker, I very much support this. I take in the points that my colleague brought in, because we cannot and should not have a situation where government is competing against our own individuals, and I know that that's probably not the intention, but it's something that they can take into consideration. But I'm hoping that we can encourage the minister and the ministry to really take this to the next step of really being that incubator to allow for more solutions to get into be owners of their own in this industry and help to shape and diversify our product.
Member for Labrie. Member, I see you're seeking the podium, but we've been advised by the technicians that in fact may be one of the issues. The tugging of the, what's the name you use, the Cat 5 cables or something like that. So whenever you pull them, they don't. So let me try. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think it is only proper on this occasion that I take the floor because Labrie is one of the most progressive communities on this island, and I'm embracing tourism as a significant engine for economic growth. Mr. Speaker, this bill strengthens and modernizes the legal and institutional framework that supports community tourism in St. Lucia. And I think it aligns the Community Tourism Development Act with the Tourism Development Act No. 1 of 2024 to ensure consistency, transparency, and efficiency in the administration of incentives and to accelerate inclusive, people-centered growth. Tourism remains, Mr. Speaker, the bedrock of the St. Lucian economy, driving jobs, foreign investment, and of course, foreign exchange. And I always like to refer to the Social and Economic Review for guidance. And I must accentuate, Mr. Speaker, that according to the government's Economic and Social Review 2024, overall real GDP expanded by 4.7% in 2024, with accommodation and food services growing by 5%. And according to the 2024 Economic and Social Review, the sector accounted for 20.8% of national GDP and generated an estimated $3.6 billion in total visitor expenditure in 2024, representing one of the strongest recoveries and growth trajectories in the region. One of the strongest, Mr. Speaker, in the region. So I was a bit surprised when I heard otherwise emanating from certain sectors. I want to continue, Mr. Speaker, by again emphasizing that stay-over arrivals reached 445,659 visitors in 2024, the highest ever recorded in our history, while cruise passenger arrivals surpassed 850,000. Together, these figures confirm that St. Lucia has firmly re-established itself as one of the Caribbean's most desirable destinations. These outcomes coincided with an improvement in labor market conditions. National unemployment eased to 10.8% and a moderation in inflation, negative 0.5% on a period average basis. However, Mr. Speaker, while these figures are impressive, they also expose a structural imbalance in how the benefits of tourism are distributed. The majority of visitor spending continues to be concentrated in the northern tourism belt, from Rodney Bay to Cap Estate, whereas communities in the south, east, and interior remain largely on the periphery of the tourism economy. This inequality has persisted despite the fact that many of the island's most authentic cultural and natural attractions, from the Labrie Bay and Choiseul craft heritage to the Dennery Fish Festival, Ancillary Seafood Night, and the Deriso and Mico Heritage Trails, are located in rural districts. It is in this context Mr. Speaker, that the Community Tourism Development Amendment Bill assumes even greater national importance. It is not simply a matter of legislative housekeeping, it is a statement of intent, Mr. Speaker, that our government is determined to ensure that tourism works for every St. Lucian, not just for major resorts and investors. So through this bill, small tour operators, craft producers, cooperatives, and community councils will gain direct access to fiscal incentives, financing, and technical support, enabling them to participate meaningfully in St. Lucia's most dynamic industry. This is the essence of inclusive growth, Mr. Speaker, growth that does not leave Dennery, Canneries, Angers, or Fosse-Jacques and Labrie behind, but instead draws them into the heart of our national development effort. I think the bill, Mr. Speaker, is making an effort to ensure that we try to cushion even the impact of the banana industry. We are still reeling from the effects of the banana industry. And as you can see, under this government, the Prime Minister, the Minister, and the Ministry of Tourism are actually moving forward to ensure that not only the Northern Tip, where most of the hotels are concentrated, do have hotel development, but the South as well. First and foremost, sometime in the 80s, maybe the early part of the 80s, the population of St. Lucia was more or less evenly distributed. After the decline of the banana industry, there was internal migration up where young people are seeking employment in the north, and we have all sorts of problems, congestion, environmental degradation, etc. This effort by this administration to ensure that we spread community tourism and, of course, the erection of major hotel plans would assist in, one, reducing the rate at which people leave the south to go to the north, and maybe in the long run re-establish the balance of population in this country. And so by empowering communities to design, manage, and benefit from their own tourism assets, we are deepening local ownership, diversifying the product, and spreading the gains of economic growth. This approach also aligns with global tourism trends, where travelers increasingly seek authentic cultural experiences and local engagement rather than standardized resort offerings. We are not only moving into the Airbnb product like everybody else in St. Lucia, but we want to develop a certain brand of tourism in Labrie. We have noted that there is greater disposable income among the elderly in North America. Now, the older they get, the probability of them suffering from an ailment increases. And if they come to a destination, they would like to know that if there is a medical emergency, they can be stabilized before an air ambulance may take them back to North America. And hand in hand with the development of tourism, we have the Ministry of Health, the Minister, and this government placing tremendous emphasis on equipping this island with a healthcare system that will not only take care of its people, but of course create an improved framework for those persons from North America to come here, the elderly making that demand for travel. And so instead of going to big hotels, they are going to come and live with a family in the People's Republic of Labrie. So that's the idea. That is the strategy. And I'm sharing it in this honorable house because Laborians are not very selfish. We like to spread the news and spread the approach, but I want this honorable house to remember that this is a Labrie model and you need permission to utilize it in your jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, our government's policy direction anchored in the Tourism Development Act 2024 and reinforced through this amendment bill is to build a balanced and resilient tourism economy where prosperity reaches every constituency. So it's a holistic approach, and this is why I commend that approach. And there is that serious and sustained effort to ensure that we spread the wealth in this country, the benefits to be derived from tourism. And this is one of the ways that we are moving into the diversification of the product, because it is well established in the literature that the sea and sun product has reached a mature phase. And therefore, we have to embrace new initiatives. Sometimes there are no blueprints for action, and we have to emerge with ours. And I'm seeing that level of creativity, Mr. Speaker, emerging out of the Ministry of Tourism, and of course, the captain from the East actually encouraging that holistic development. A man who has also served, before becoming the Prime Minister, he served as the Minister for Tourism. And a lot of great things happened during that time. Mr. Speaker, this amendment is not a mere administrative tidy-up. It is a deliberate policy decision to ensure that the gains from tourism, our most dynamic industry, flow more equitably to ordinary St. Lucians, Mr. Speaker, and to rural communities whose culture, heritage, and landscapes define the St. Lucian experience. So those who are looking for a new experience can find opportunities in the rural areas. And of course, again, as I accentuated, to cushion the impact of the decline of the banana industry. And as I prepare to close, Mr. Speaker, let me say that central to the amendment is the extension of the Tourism Investment Committee's remit to evaluate community tourism projects up to $1 million EC, enabling faster, more transparent decisions whilst reserving cabinet oversight for larger projects. The bill also modernizes definitions to explicitly include non-profit organizations, constituency councils, and tour services, recognizing the realities of how community tourism is organized on the ground. Again, reflecting a decent respect for some realities. And like a great American orator once said, we do not want to embrace old myths in the face of current realities, Mr. Speaker. And in closing, I wish to emphasize that Clause 3 modernizes Section 2 definition, expands business to include non-profit. As I indicated, it is very strategitic and very coherent. Clause 4, tiered approvals for tax relief, projects valued to $1 million referred to the TIC, projects above that threshold referred to Cabinet. And clauses 5 and 6 harmonize the Community Tourism Act with the broader incentive framework, which is the Tourism Development Act, Tourism Incentives Act, and the Tourism Stimulus and Investment Act to remove ambiguity and streamline administration. So, Mr. Speaker, the Community Tourism Development Amendment Bill 2025 is a focused instrument with tremendous national impact. It is pregnant with possibilities that, of course, that will impact employment generation and the sort of independence we are trying to encourage in this country. That young school leavers do not only go in line to look for a job, but of course can use the initiative to be gainfully employed by creating wealth and creating an economy that belongs to them. And of course, in record time, we are going to experience unemployment that is single digit until we take unemployment right down where it becomes extinct, Mr. Speaker. I commend this bill to the Honorable House and invite members on both sides to support its passage as a demonstration of confidence in the creativity, enterprise, and resilience of the St. Lucian people. Mr. Speaker, I now yield the floor.
Member for Ancillary Economies, are you yielding to the member for Castries East?
Of course.
Member for Castries East?
By law.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just want to add a few words of support for the whole community tourism project, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that project, the whole community tourism project, comes from a philosophical underpinning that we had from as far back as 1997, when we said that the benefits of tourism must accrue to as many people as possible. And we thought that that should happen, that the regular people should get some benefits from tourism. And we had a few steps, Mr. Speaker. For the first time, we gave incentives to taxi drivers. In the famous TX split, where we give incentives to taxi drivers, and they could have gotten their vehicles duty free, etc. Mr. Speaker. We also gave incentives to small hoteliers, guest houses. We shrink the size of guest houses that get incentives, Mr. Speaker. And we also had a project called STEP in the Ministry of Tourism, which basically was the marketing for tourism. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased that at a time when the whole philosophical approach to the subject was being introduced, as usual, there was skepticism and people did not agree, or not. I want to be very kind and say did not understand what we were doing, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I can mention several aspects of bringing tourism to the people, Mr. Speaker. And very small gestures like opening the gate at the vendors arcade, a very small gesture that allowed tourists, before there were all the security concerns, to, instead of going out, to come through the gate to go into the vendors arcade. So, Mr. Speaker, and that is what policy is, Mr. Speaker. Policy develops, policy grows, and this Ministry of Tourism, this Minister of Tourism has taken this policy. He has expanded it. He's kept the basic philosophy. He's allowed the industry to expand, Mr. Speaker. And I'm also very pleased that it is going for every area. Choiseul in particular. I was very sad I didn't get the opportunity to go to Choiseul for the opening of the Arts or the Craft Center. I could not make it, Mr. Speaker. But Choiseul has got its share of community tourism, and from what I hear, Choiseul has got a lot more to benefit from community tourism, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, also in my constituency, we've started work on a craft center in my constituency, Mr. Speaker. We started work on some of the craft. Mr. Speaker, do you know there are Airbnb in my constituency? Airbnbs in my constituency, not only Labrie. We have Airbnbs in Cashews East, Mr. Speaker. People come, we have tourists, people come to visit there. And Mr. Speaker, remember, we also partnered and we gave incentives to a place called, they used to call it something Virgin. I saw the man for Beaufort's up, Naked Virgin, Mr. Speaker. And we gave that Naked Virgin incentives. That was a restaurant called Naked Virgin. And again, Mr. Speaker, that yes, it was Marsha. And tourists used to come there to dine, good food and drink, Mr. Speaker. We gave it incentives. So, Mr. Speaker, this Labour Party has been so innovative. We've been doing all these things, Mr. Speaker, and it grows, and you can see it develop. And I want to compliment the minister and the ministry for developing, and also the staff for buying into the philosophy. The tourism industry cannot survive without a philosophy. There must be a philosophical underpinning, Mr. Speaker. So you want to see it expand with the GPH program, Mr. Speaker. It will expand further in cruise tourism, because too many of our people do not benefit enough from the cruise tourism industry. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased, and as I look at how our tourism is developing, how when we have, as we have now, major tourism investments, large hotels, luxury hotels, but at the same time developing the community and getting to the base of what the people are doing. So I want to compliment the minister, compliment the staff, and give my full support, Mr. Speaker, to the whole, not only the amendments, but the entire community tourism development philosophy. The entire philosophy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I commend all involved, and I support not only the amendment, but I support the entire community tourism development initiative. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Ancillary Canneries.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the community tourism development amendment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Castries South, the Minister of Tourism, is well aware of my deep appreciation for the Community Tourism Agency. He's well aware of that. Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for all the assistance that they have given to my constituency so far. But the member for Social made a very interesting point, and I was just curious what would have happened then. He essentially said that governments investing in businesses to then have an unfair advantage on other businesses. I want to know if the former Member of Parliament for Ancillary, the Minister of Tourism, was not well aware of that advice when he decided to build the bed and breakfast in Ancillary.
Or the bamboo rafting.
Or the bamboo rafting. On the books at the moment, there are 14 registered bed and breakfasts in Ancillary. 14. One would have thought he would have taken that resource and upgraded the bed and breakfasts in Ancillary.
It could be.
But he could eat. And he decided to do something else, Mr. Speaker. So I'm just wondering, Mr. Speaker, if that was perhaps a conversation and he was not present for, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, the fish fry, we got assistance with that. We have Pelican Tours, Shepherd's Cocktail, Abatel last Saturday, Mr. Speaker. And then we have this brand new project which is about to start in Millet, Mr. Speaker. But I don't want to say it now, Mr. Speaker, for the chance that somebody else might run away and do it for themselves. So I'll wait until, Mr. Speaker, it is announced by the proprietor and the business has commenced, Mr. Speaker. But for now, Mr. Speaker, we are appreciative of the Community Tourism Agency, of the Community Tourism Development Bill and the amendment, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Minister for Tourism.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to all the colleagues for the expressions of support for the amendment, Mr. Speaker, that is being proposed, Mr. Speaker. And may I take the liberty to respond to a couple of the comments made. I think the comment from the member from Choiseul Saltibus is well noted, and it's something I think we should reflect on, although the member from Ancillary Canneries kind of put it into a different perspective. It is still something we should reflect on. I, for one, as I became minister, I don't think I was very supportive of the decision to build the Airbnb bed and breakfast in Ancillary for the exact reason that the member highlighted, but we've accepted that it is there and we have to make use of it. I don't think the intention would be for constituency councils to compete as such, but maybe to create and establish. So for example, in Ancillary, it may be vested in the council, but they would have an operator, a license, or award a lease to an operator. But it's still a noteworthy point because, constituency councils would enjoy the privilege of having, Crown assets as well as having access to other resources. And if you note, for example, the Castries Constituencies Council, that has a tremendous asset base and they're utilizing them. But again, to doing so expands the options that we have. And therefore, we probably should encourage it. But it is worthy. I think we should reflect on it and in the guidelines be very clear that we're not creating in any situation a unfair advantage, unfair situation. I think, I listened to the member from Miku South, and I'm really glad that he's now fully on board the notion of St. Lucians playing a greater role in the tourism industry. I think, you don't have to look surprised. I think if you ask the average St. Lucian, they will not associate you with the philosophy that this government has of putting people first and ensuring that more St. Lucians own a substantial part. And I'm not saying you do not support the view that a few St. Lucians can own the tourism a substantial part, but more St. Lucians own in. In fact, when we looked at the legislation that existed before, when we looked at the philosophy of what existed before, we believe it needed a reworking and to make it even more applicable to the philosophy of making sure that more St. Lucians participate in the industry and own the industry, Mr. Speaker. I remember very early, and I'm no tourism guru, I was given this responsibility. I had to learn fast. I'm still learning. But I think we are driven by a clear philosophical perspective, Mr. Speaker. And very early someone said to me that tourism is not spelled H-O-T-E-L. You know, tourism must be more than that. And Mr. Speaker, we've had enough, there's enough history of persons favoring large hotels and wanting the monies that are expensed for tourism development and tourism marketing to be oriented towards certain properties and larger properties and not the wider destination that we try to sell, Mr. Speaker. I was also very pleasantly surprised to hear the leader of the opposition says that, you know, he's supportive of what's happening in St. Lucia. He was the same one earlier this morning that said the tourism industry is in decline and is dismal. He's the same one. And I'm also glad that he's saying now for St. Lucia to hear, not that I believe him, not that I believe him, in fact, we have no reason to believe him on anything that he says, but he's one of those who are going out there saying openly, internationally, regionally, locally, that tourism is declining in St. Lucia and is in a dismal state. But how can, now you say statistics, I wanted you to walk through that door, so I will answer you now. I will answer you. You see, the problem with, and I think this morning, the member from Castries East and the Prime Minister spoke about the researcher, and he was making a point as to the necessity for you to analyze data with a clear understanding of what the data speaks to and what the data says. And I think somewhere in your mind you have an alter reality that you speak about and you say things and you quote figures, and I think in your mind figures do not mean the same to you like it does to the ordinary person. So let me just explain something to you. Listen to this. In 2019, it was the best year for tourism arrival in St. Lucia, in 2019. In 2024, we surpassed all the figures. Yeah? In 2024, for say over arrivals, we say over arrivals. Well, we can debate the other figures, but we'll come back to that. But St. Lucia achieved that with less rooms than 2019. Yeah. In 2024, the Morgan Bay was closed for renovation. It was opened in 2019. By June, July of 2024, the Rex resorts on the Ridgely Beach, the free hotels, were demolished, had closed down. That's almost calculated number of rooms that was out of commission. But yet, despite those rooms not in circulation, we were still able to surpass 2019. What are you talking about, sir? So now you say it's not numbers anymore, but room nights. But let's put that aside. Let's put that aside. In 2025, there was a slight decline in the number of rooms compared to 2024. But remember, in 2024, the free resorts on the water on Ridgely Beach closed mid-year. Mid-year. So by 2025, we had, as I said, secrets out of commission and the free resorts on the waterfront. So we had those 4 properties out of commission. So our numbers declined slightly. But we're still above 2019. Think about that. We're still above 2019. Still above, we're talking about stay over arrivals. Stay over arrivals. We're not talking about room nights. That's why I tell you, numbers confuse you a bit. But then I noticed for September, we declined slightly below 2019. So I asked the team to explain to me. Now he's saying those figures, and he's all over calling hoteliers. You see, tourism is in decline in St. Lucia. Tourism is in decline. He's telling people all over the Caribbean, St. Lucia tourism is in decline. They're below 2019. But do you know what happened in 2019? In September, there was over 1,000 rooms that were taken out of commission for upgrades, rehabilitation, renovation, and refurbishment. Over 1,000. 26% of our hotel stock was out of commission in the month of September. I can give you how many rooms out of Cocoa Palm that was not in use during the month of September. Last 2 years. But so I'm saying to you, over 1,000 rooms during the month of September. 26% of your room stock was out of commission. So that, and many of the hoteliers have said to us, for the last 2 years, they've been waiting for an opportunity to do upgrades and to do renovations. But the demand had been so high for St. Lucia, they could not have done it. Yeah, you have to clap that. Thank you very much. I have to accept it. You understand? So the point, but I just explained to you. He's asked me why tourism arrivals down. I am explaining to you. I'm explaining to you. But hold on. Let me come back. Let me come back to you. So we are about 1% below. 1% below. Right, with 26% of the rooms out. Now, this same leader of the opposition, I was really pleasantly surprised to hear a presentation from their hotel. They're actually going to upgrade their room to luxury suites. If tourism is in decline, and if the industry is in a dismal state, why are you investing more? Now, he's already built a new kitchen, it was, without, on the expansion you did without DCA approval. No, you did an expansion without DCA approval. But of course, you're lucky you were not stopped. But anyway, who would stop you? Why would you didn't have DCA approval? No. But let's move on. You deliberately broke the law, you know. But I'll tell you something. So, but you can't. You have to apply for it. You don't say you just bring in items in the country and you don't pay duties on it without going through the process. But we did not turn you down. No. Mr. Speaker, I think the member from Miku South really has a problem with simple basic understanding, Mr. Speaker, simple basic understanding. So I was making the point that in the month of September we dipped below 2019, but 26% of all the hotel stock in this country was out of commission. But then he's calling everyone, stating everywhere that tourism is in decline, the economy will contract, and unemployment will rise because of that fact. I'm pleased to say, Mr. Speaker, that the rooms are coming back, on the market, and we're expecting to see tourism arrival numbers to pick up again. But notwithstanding that, we also have a medium to long-term plan, and I can say to you, this Honorable House, in the next 2 to 3 years, we'll increase our room stock in this country by more than 2,500 rooms. And very shortly, we'll be making an announcement of all the projects that will be executed in this country. And it's a statement of confidence in this government and the leadership of Honorable Philip JPM, Mr. Speaker. You see, Mr. Speaker, and I think the member from Library made a point about the dispersion of investment around the country. And it is true, Mr. Speaker, we need to ensure that more of the tourism investment in hospitality sector is specially dispersed in this country, and especially between Vieux-Fort, Soufrière, that belt, Mr. Speaker, offer tremendous possibilities, Mr. Speaker, and we need to ensure that we harness it as much as possible. And the member from Castle East will tell you sometimes when you have situations with individuals in our constituency, we actually find out that they're from Strozel and they're from Labrie and they're really from down that side and really not even originally from our constituencies. And it tells you about the movement or internal movement of people in search of employment, and most of the hotels been in the north. So if we do, and I think we're at the right time when the member from Castries East announced the vision for the future for St. Lucia, you will see Mr. Speaker, we are addressing some of those issues as we address spatial development in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if the leader of the opposition says he loves St. Lucia and he actually offered himself to assist us because he believes St. Lucia must always come first, I want to advise him that he should not continue to spread gloom and doom about St. Lucia. You cannot be spreading gloom and doom about St. Lucia and stand up in the same, disposition and say that you care about St. Lucia and you are available to advise us and you are available to guide us, Mr. Speaker, when your words actually suggest differently. So, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I want to say to you that we certainly take all the comments that were made and we look forward to continuing to grow the community tourism program and to make sure I don't think we share the same philosophical view, the leader of the opposition, that the program should really be about supplying low-cost rooms for St. Lucia. I don't think that's what the program should be about, and I think he kind of suggested they always felt that it would deal with that deficiency in St. Lucia, providing low-cost rooms. We believe the program is more than that. It is really an expression of the authenticity of St. Lucia. It really speaks of visitors immersing themselves in St. Lucian culture, but it also offers tremendous potentials for St. Lucians, not just in accommodation, but in the attractions, in the experiences, and the other subsectors of the hospitality sector. So thank you very much, honorable members, and Mr. Speaker, I ask that we adopt the changes.
Honourable members, the question is that the Community Tourism Development Amendment Bill be read a second time. And now put the question. As many as without opinion say aye. As many as have a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Community Tourism Development Act, Cap 15.43.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 3.
Amendment of Section 2.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 4.
Amendment of Section 66.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 5.
Amendment of Section 67.
Clause 5 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 6.
Amendment of Section 68.
Clause 6 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Aye. Honourable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I beg to report that the Community Tourism Development Amendment Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and pass.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Community Tourism Development Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly, and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Community Tourism Development Amendment Act 2025.
Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Amendment.
Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority Agreement.
Members, just for the record, the member did seek leave to amend the agenda to allow for this bill before the next. Please proceed, Mr. Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of the Standing Order number 48-2 to enable this bill to go through its remaining stages as is seated.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended to allow the Minister for Tourism to proceed with the remaining stages of this bill at this sitting. I now put a question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The leave is granted. Please proceed, Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Amendment. Mr. Speaker, this is an interesting bill in many respects. And as a minister responsible for citizenship, it's my responsibility to present it to this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, it's interesting in many respects. What it proposes to do is quite important and necessary at this stage. But Mr. Speaker, it also, in many ways, provides for a course of action that, for some persons, they may describe it as overarching, maybe too embracing, Mr. Speaker. And I must say on a personal note, Mr. Speaker, that sometimes, and certainly in public life, you are driven by ideological and philosophical positions. But I've always believed that if you involve in government and certain elected office, you must be guided by a pragmatism in many ways, Mr. Speaker, because you represent people, you represent different shades of opinion. And sometimes you have to take positions and adopt, approaches, Mr. Speaker, that you don't entirely and totally believe, but it is the art of compromise and making sure that all different stakeholders contribute and all different interests contribute and present something that is acceptable to all. And this, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying all of this to tell you, this, Mr. Speaker, is a piece of harmonized legislation. It is not St. Lucia's legislation. All the jurisdictions that do have citizenship by investment programs had to come together and agree, Mr. Speaker, certainly at the levels of the heads of government and filtering down to ministers, AGs, and the units to come up with a piece of legislation that can address a multitude of concerns that exist about the programs, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this represents, and I want to start off by saying that this is a regional initiative, Mr. Speaker, that it is what you would refer to as harmonized legislation, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the bill gives legal effect to the newly formed regulator by conferring the force of law to the agreement signed by the 5 participating CBI countries. This agreement mandates the standardization of key processes, including guidelines for the appointment of service providers, acceptable due diligence standards, and fosters accountability of each participatory territory in ensuring collective safeguards to protect the industry. The regulator is formed as a result of consultation with stakeholder countries who have challenged the region to join their governments in implementing measures to limit the potential risks, particularly asylum seekers entering into their borders. The regional CBI regulator will be governed by a board of directors and appoint a chief executive officer and other technical staff to lead the operations. Mr. Speaker, if you take a look at the agreement which accompanies the bill, Mr. Speaker, you will see the full ambit of responsibilities that have been given to the regulatory authority, Mr. Speaker. As mentioned, Mr. Speaker, is headed by a Council of Ministers. It has a Board of Directors and, of course, necessary staff, Mr. Speaker. The agreement provides, Mr. Speaker, for how do you license all authorized, registered, and other regulated persons that are involved in the industry, Mr. Speaker. And again, if you look at Article 36, Mr. Speaker, to Article 44, Mr. Speaker, it provides for how those stakeholders are accounted for in the industry. It also speaks, Mr. Speaker, to how citizens can now, Mr. Speaker, be regulated, Mr. Speaker. The standards that are necessary, the timelines, Mr. Speaker. It speaks of the due diligence requirements, Mr. Speaker. It speaks of the necessity to have mandatory interviews, deals with such issues as change of name, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, importantly, it speaks of issues as to how do you manage investors and developers, Mr. Speaker, how do you manage escrow accounts, Mr. Speaker. It speaks of how do you revocate citizenships that have been given, Mr. Speaker. And importantly, Mr. Speaker, it deals with how do we exchange information between the various units, Mr. Speaker, that is so essential to ensuring that people do not use the various units, Mr. Speaker, against each other. Mr. Speaker, it's a very comprehensive piece of legislation. It certainly extends, Mr. Speaker, beyond the norm of what we would consider in some of the other examples of regional and harmonized legislation that we have, Mr. Speaker. It will have some impact and effect on our own program, how we saw it functioning, and Mr. Speaker, it is for the betterment of the industry. I want to state categorically, Mr. Speaker, that the government of St. Lucia supports a regional regulatory authority. There is no question in our mind that one is needed, and we support one, Mr. Speaker. Over the course of the next few months and years, Mr. Speaker, we will review what is provided for. There will be a lot of discussion on what is provided for, and I'm sure it's going to evolve, Mr. Speaker, into a form of agreement, Mr. Speaker, that everyone can recognize as best structured and suit for purpose, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, without saying much more, I want to present to this honorable House the bill, Mr. Speaker, and to ask, Mr. Speaker, that all honorable members, approve, Mr. Speaker, the bill as presented, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, the question is that the Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Agreement Bill be read a second time. Member from Mico South.
Mr. Speaker, all I can say is wow. That's the sum total of the presentation that the member has to give on a document like this. Mr. Speaker, what the member forgot to tell you, and maybe forgot to tell his colleagues as well, that this need to develop a regulator came out of the mismanagement, corruption of the CIP programs in this region. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it is well documented that the US, the British, the Canadians, the Europeans have been aggrieved for some time with the promises of creating proper standards, regulations, and oversight to our CIP programs. And the fact is, Mr. Speaker, that I certainly have been advocating for a merging of the CIP program into one within the OECS. Because in essence, Mr. Speaker, we're offering the same thing. And it is that competition amongst these countries that are offering the exact same thing that has led to the need for a regulator to provide oversight of the national units. And what is interesting with this piece of documentation, I had the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, of being asked by the ECCB and the board that was put together to provide my comments. And the first draft was sent and circulated, I guess, to all those persons who participated. And I was disappointed in the first draft version, Mr. Speaker, to be honest with you. But this draft, this final version, I think hits the nail on the head, Mr. Speaker, and takes away the amount of latitude that many of the countries, the national countries, the 5 OECS countries that have been participated in the program. And I certainly want to take the time, Mr. Speaker, to highlight some of them. So the functions of the authority, Mr. Speaker, is to develop, and the authority is the OECS authority, Mr. Speaker. And the unit would be the national unit. The development, implementation, enforcement of uniform standards and procedures governing the operation and the regulation of the program. So it means the authority is going to have the final say to make sure that there is a level of harmonization that's taking place. The regulations of the operations of the unit and other competent authorities, agents, due diligence service providers, developers, and promoters operating within the program. So it's going to provide oversight of all of the individual contracts that are issued to all of the different players. The document goes on, Mr. Speaker, to say that all of those contracts have to be submitted to the authority before the unit itself can give its approval. That means that all of the contracts for the marketers, the agents, every single person that a unit is doing a contract with must be provided to the authority. And the authority has the final say as to whether, in fact, that entity can be approved. And that also includes, Mr. Speaker, anyone who's doing a real estate project, anybody who's going to do being an enterprise project, all of those must be submitted to the authority for approval. The establishment of a minimum due diligence standards. And that's great because we've spoken about it, Mr. Speaker, but it's not happened. We know it's not been happening. Some of the countries continue not to go through the RSSS and continue just to depend on third-party due diligence. So I'm glad to see now we're going to have a singular authority that's going to have the oversight to make sure that it's enforceable because it was not being enforced before, Mr. Speaker. The issuance of standards, guidelines, directives, recommendations, and the enforcement notices consent with international best practices to the unit. You know, Mr. Speaker, here we are. Why do we need this, Mr. Speaker? It's end of October. Where's the auditor report for last year? You would have thought, given the amount of pressure and that we're in court, Mr. Speaker, that the unit here would have been anxious to have given us the auditor report. Late again, the 6 months requirement. And again, what's good, Mr. Speaker, this authority now is going to provide that oversight to make sure that those kinds of reports are provided on time and has penalty clauses in it where they can designate a unit as being unfit by virtue of it not meeting its regulatory requirements. The requirement to provide an audit on an annual basis, Mr. Speaker, is not something that you want to do or like to do, that you have to do. And sadly, there is not established what the penalty is going to be when they don't do it.
Break the Constitution, there was no penalty.
Okay, Mr. Speaker? None. So on several occasions under this administration, they have passed the time that was required to provide the audit report. To conduct of independent audits and assessments, ongoing monitoring of the operations of the unit, or other competent authority agents develop. It means that the authority has the ability, Mr. Speaker, to conduct its own audits on whether it's a contract or whether it's on the unit itself, Mr. Speaker. Very good. The monitoring, the maintenance, and the regular updating of a regional register of all qualified licensed operators. It means that there's going to be a database, Mr. Speaker, that the public will have access to, in which it can go and see who are the authorized agents. And what is great is that the regulator, the authority, is going to have a copy of those contracts, Mr. Speaker. Transparency and mandatory disclosure of relevant information related to the program, ensuring accountability and fostering trust among stakeholders. Public education and knowledge about the program to enhance public confidence and trust in the operation of the program. Fair competition and in the prevention, direction, monitoring of anti-competitive conduct and practices amongst licensees or other authorized registered. What are we talking about, Mr. Speaker? All these are our countries have turned a blind eye. I don't control, I think is what the minister said. I have no control over what they're selling the price at. Really? That's what you're going to tell the public of St. Lucia? You have no control over what people are selling it at? Even though it is regulated by law as to how much they should be selling it for, Mr. Speaker? But you see, that day now has ended because this authority, if it is properly staffed, has the authority now to do an independent investigation, and we no longer have to depend on the trustworthiness and the honesty of a unit. Because sadly, Mr. Speaker, we as the public have been misled for a very long time. Mr. Speaker, powers of the authority. Impose fees of services rendered by the authority pursuant to this agreement. Establish relations with national, regional, and international entities, including but not limited to financial intelligence units, law enforcement authorities, and intergovernmental organizations to facilitate the effective adoption of international standards and best practices. Now, Mr. Speaker, some persons may fail to really appreciate and understand the importance of this regulator. Because the entity in our region that has been the most exposed under this CIP program, and especially how it has been managed, not just by St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. St. Lucia is not at fault by itself. Has been the banking system. We kept on saying that. If in fact people have been underselling the program, that makes it an act of fraud, and once those monies go through a correspondent bank, it is money laundering, Mr. Speaker. And we have the evidence of that. Not we have to speculate anymore, Mr. Speaker. In the case of St. Kitts, files were identified where they said that people undersold. The government of St. Kitts wrote to them and confirmed that they were undersold.
That's what Martinez did.
It was in the court case. They admitted and agreed, and in fact, many of the persons, some of them paid the difference, and some of them gave up their citizenship, Mr. Speaker. The question is that those are the same players here in St. Lucia. Why is it that that has not happened here? But what I'm happy with moving forward, Mr. Speaker, because I'm going to deal with the past, but in moving forward, at least now the public and all of us should be a bit more confident, because there's an entity that's not involved in the day-to-day operations of any of these units, with the single need to provide oversight, and it's to protect the integrity of our financial system, Mr. Speaker, to protect the integrity of our laws, and to make sure that there isn't corruption taking place at the level that it is suspected it's taking place at. There's a Council of Ministers. In support of that, Mr. Speaker. I found it interesting, the financing of the authority, an initial contribution from each participating state on a formula agreed by the participating states. And again, Mr. Speaker, this is why I thought, and I still think, that there should be a merger of the units and there should be one program. And that all the funds would have gone into the OECS and the formula would have been as to how we're going to distribute the funds back to it. Because, Mr. Speaker, even my very good friend, Prime Minister Gonzalez, who continues to say that he is not in support of the CIP program, and we have to keep reminding him, as long as he has not amended the Bastille Treaty, every economic citizen has access to St. Vincent, and he's in the program whether he likes it or not. But the fact is he's not sharing in the money. And if in fact what we're selling is the freedom of movement and the integration of our singular economy, that's what we're ultimately selling, then we think that everybody should equally benefit from it. Mandatory pre-qualification. It says where the unit or other competent authority is satisfied that an applicant meets the prescribed standards and eligibility criteria, the unit or other competent authority shall transmit the application together with all supporting documentation, its written assessment, to the authority for its consideration and confirmation of the pre-qualification of the issuance of no objective notice. Very important. That's speaking to now the authority's ability to approve the individual approvals by the unit, Mr. Speaker. Very interesting here, Mr. Speaker. Maximum number of approved applicants. The board shall recommend to the council a maximum number of applicants who may be granted citizenship by investment in each participating state in a financial year, based on annual assessment of global demand, economic impact, and national absorptive capacity, and the reputational risk. That's a mouthful. So it really means now the authority, Mr. Speaker, is going to impose upon each of the units how many citizenships they can approve in 1 year. Sorry? That's what it says. So the board shall recommend. Oh, so it's not imposing. A maximum number of applicants who may be granted citizenship.
I think it's full of me.
I'm glad you know. I'm glad you know, Mr. Speaker. Because when members will hear my interview downstairs, it's exactly what I said. Too much me and not enough shall. Too much me and not enough shall. So here it is, Mr. Speaker. They're going to go through the exercise of determining what is the right number. But yet you're going to say that each individual unit can adopt for itself. The council shall, having regard to the recommendation of the board, determine and approve the maximum number of applicants to be granted citizenship in each participating state and in a financial year. So it's a conflict? So you're saying on one, it is that the board shall recommend, shall, not may, shall recommend. And it goes on to say the council shall, having regard to the recommendation of the board, determine and approve the maximum number of applicants. So yes, you can go less, but you can't go more. So there's a cap. Well, I say that because, you know, we have a situation where I certainly know under my administration, for 5 years we had 800 passports that we approved, Mr. Speaker. You know, we kept on asking this government repeatedly, how many applications did you approve? How many? And he said, it's under confidentiality, he cannot tell. But Mr. Speaker, when we got access to the contracts, Sorry? Oh, Mr. Speaker, see, I love the member from Castries Central, you know. He keeps on trying to continue to go down the road. Teoa King and DSH got no passports and sold none. Where is it? None. Zero. You can talk all you want to, but you cannot produce any documents. Oh, Mr. Speaker. You know, I'm surprised that even anybody listens to the member from Castries Central, because he's been caught contradicting himself so many times. 4.5 years, Mr. Speaker, the members had a chance to prove how many citizenships were approved by DSH. Cannot provide any.
Is your microphone on? Oh boy. Just hold a minute. Madam Deputy Clerk. Can you ask the gentleman to come and check the microphones again? Sergeant, can you lower the bass? Member for Ancillary Canneries, try to put your mic on, let me see. So you
Sound check.
Senior Minister,
Speaker.
can you check yours?
Please.
Yes, it's on.
It starts from Mico North.
That one is okay. That one is not okay.
Yep.
No, this one is not.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry, Leader of the Opposition, you may continue.
Yes.
Ah, sorry. It just would mean I have no authority over you.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I just want to remind again that this is a document that the government has already signed, and they're coming to the House for its approval, so now it becomes part of our laws, because any regional law is not the OESS is not a state, it's an institution. The states are the ones who have to sign on. So this document has already been signed by the Minister, Prime Minister, and the state has agreed, from what I understand, to all of these, as it is written. So the board shall recommend to the Cabinet, the Council, a maximum number of applicants who may be granted citizenship by investment in each participating state. And I was asking the question, I mean, hopefully we're not going to have the same problem that we've had, where we've been asking the minister in charge of the CIP and the Prime Minister, how many files do we have? We had a situation, Mr. Speaker, if you remember, that the CEO went to Washington, D.C. and revealed a number. Mr. Speaker, the contracts were leaked and have now been submitted into court and accepted as being true. And it is in those contracts that we have, of course, when you present them in the court, Minister, and there's no objection to it, right? There was no objection to the contracts. That wasn't your defense. That's how the court works. You have the Attorney General sitting next to you. He can explain to you. You haven't had a case yet. Oh, we've had the case for the injunction. No, for the injunction. Okay. Yes, you've had the beginning of the case. The fact is that it was submitted and there was no objections. And in fact, the contracts, Mr. Speaker, tell a very different story. The contracts tell us exactly how many files were given. So in the case of the real estate program, 6,000 files. And a file can contain anywhere between 2 to 5 passports. There was another contract signed for the infrastructure program, Mr. Speaker, another 6,000 files. So if you take it at 4 passports, even if you want to take it at 3 passports, 3 times 12,000, 36,000 passports, Mr. Speaker, in a matter of less than 3 years. And the fact is that we should be kept up to date as to what the approvals are, but we're not getting the audited numbers. And here we are, October, the time has passed again, where the 6-month leave, the 6 months is given after the closure of the financial year to provide the audited reports to be laid before the House, have not been laid before the House. And I'm hoping that because of this new act that the government has signed on to, that we no longer are going to have to be guessing what the number is. Residency and genuine link requirements. And we know that the external authorities have been putting pressure on all of us not to be able to sell the citizenships without there being some kind of link. So the unit or other competent authority of the participating state shall ensure that a main applicant and each dependent of the main applicant named in the application to whom citizenship is to be granted commits to establishing a genuine and effective link to the participating state through the fulfillment of residency and integration obligations by the main applicant and the dependent of the main applicant named in the application. Without prejudice to any other requirements of participating state, a main applicant, each dependent of the main applicant referred to in paragraph 48, shall be required by the unit or other competent authority of the participating state to come. It's also said, Mr. Speaker, that the issuance of a passport in the first instance should only be for 5 years. notwithstanding a person can get a passport for 10 years now. And it's only if the unit is satisfied that the persons have fulfilled their obligation of residency and linkages to our country that they can now get another passport, or sorry, get the passport renewed. It doesn't clearly state or very clear as to what happens if they don't. Where the applicant or citizen has otherwise demonstrated substantial economic and social or familiarity ties to the participating state may exempt the applicant from the physical residency requirements under the exceptional and compassionate circumstances, humanitarian necessity, or verified inability to travel due to conflict, medical, age, or security risk. So those are some of the exemptions, Mr. Speaker, they've given if after the 5 years the person has not traveled to St. Lucia, has not taken up any kind of formal residency. Directives by the authority for the purpose of ensuring compliance with the agreement, the regulators or regulatory law. The authority may, by notice in writing, direct a licensed or other authorized, registered or regulated person, the unit, or a competent authority of a participating state to take such measures or cease such activities as may be necessary. So by having now, as part of their inventory, Mr. Speaker, the copies of all the contracts, that if the authority itself deems that those persons are not fulfilling their obligations, Mr. Speaker, then they can recommend that their contracts be terminated and suspended. Codes of practice and conduct. The authority may, for transparency and good governance, issue codes of practice and conduct relating to the licensees and other authorized, registered, or regulated persons, the unit, and the competent authorities of participating state. A breach by a licensee or authorized, registered, or regulated person of the codes of practice and conduct issued by the authority under paragraph 65 may be determined by the authority to be a breach of the pre-qualification and no objection notice. Its licensee and other authoritarian, and depending on the severity of the breach, the licensee or other authorized, registered, or regulated person may be subject to enforcement action, including an administrative fine and the suspension or revocation of the confirmation of pre-qualification and no objection by the authority. So the authority is supposed to give you a no objection. And if you don't get the no objection, Mr. Speaker, it is actually giving the authority the ability to take action to ensure its enforcement. Audit of the unit and other competent authorities. The audit shall assess the financial management and use of revenues generated by the unit and the competent authority in the program. Well, you know, we thought that that's what we were getting already, because there was a requirement for them to do annual audits. But we see, Mr. Speaker, repeatedly with this government, they have broken that. They're in breach of that requirement. They've ignored it. They've acted with impunity. And instead of running a transparent program, it's far from it. In fact, we are, as solutions, kept in the dark. So I'm glad to see that that's now going to be enforced at this level. The financial management and the use of revenue generated by the unit, compliance with regulatory, legal, and operational requirements by the unit and the competent authority in relation to the program. The integrity and effectiveness of the due diligence and risk assessment procedures, the overall performance of the unit, and the competent authority of the program. You know, Mr. Speaker, these are all things that should have been happening already. And we have found ourselves in this situation because even in providing the basic information, they have not done that. Which again, comes down to at least providing and going through the motion of giving us an audited report. Not even that, Mr. Speaker. And so we as a region, all of these are being imposed upon us. And these are things that we should have been willingly doing for ourselves. But no, we couldn't do it. Competition was too great. Oversight and the response of the audit report. The unit and the competent authority of a participating state shall take appropriate corrective action to address any material weaknesses or non-compliance identified in their audit report, and shall submit to the authority the audit report with a written response outlining the proposal or implemented of remedial measures, Mr. Speaker. So again, in our own country, even when there's an audit report, we have to take it to the government's word for it that they're amending it. But finally now we can be assured that by having this regulator in place and by them agreeing to these kinds of conditions, that hopefully that is a thing of the past. Oversight and response to audit. The authority shall monitor compliance with the article and may issue directives or initiate follow-up on assessments. The unit and the competent authority of the participating state shall be given notice and an opportunity to respond. Where the unit and the competent authority of a participating state fail to conduct an audit, submit an audit report, or to implement any remedial measures, the authority shall record its non-response in its annual report. What I was waiting to see is where does that annual report go to, Mr. Speaker? What happens? Is it just a note that says they're not compliant? The authority may initiate a special audit of the unit and the competent authority of a participating state, where one, a significant irregularities or adverse audit findings reoccur in 2 or more audit cycles. So if all of a sudden there's an inconsistency with the information coming out with the audit, the authority now has the ability to go in and conduct an audit of its own, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it speaks to entry into force. This agreement shall enter into force on the 30th day following the date of deposit of the 5th instrument of ratification. I would love to understand when that is. When is that? So again, is this just a tease? That here it is in a document, it answers a lot of the questions and the concerns that we have. We go through this whole motion, but it does not become enforceable until a final document is signed, and no timeline in terms of how that's supposed to be, when it's supposed to be.
Remember at page 98 and 99, aren't they all 5 signatories of a date?
Yes, but it says here, Mr. Speaker, it says the agreement shall enter into force on the 30th day following the date of deposit of the 5th instrument of ratification.
Right, so the last date here is...
I don't know what the 5th instrument is, Mr. Speaker. Do you know what
the 5th instrument meaning the 5th signatory? That's what it says.
Can I ask the Attorney General to give me... I mean, I don't know that that's the case. Mr. Speaker, through you.
Mr. Attorney General.
What is the 5th instrument?
From what I'm reading, the 5th instrument is the 5th signatory.
That's correct. That's correct.
The Speaker is giving me an interpretation. I'm saying to him, I'm not so sure that that's the interpretation. Wow. Okay. Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, through you, that's something that's not really worked well in the past.
Well, it is the section of the debate now.
No.
He doesn't choose to answer now. He'll answer in his rebuttal. But I would think, from even a layman's perspective, based on what you read previously, the 5th instrument shall mean the 5th signature.
I don't know that that is. It speaks to the 5th instrument. I mean, otherwise it would say on the 30th day of the signing of this document. That's how I would read that.
Yeah.
But the
5th instrument, the latest date is the 23rd day of September.
But
It would seem to me,
But it cannot be enforceable from that day, Mr. Speaker.
no, 40 days after that.
But it cannot be.
Why?
Because it's not until it's passed in every individual house that it actually becomes enforceable.
But that's
You understand what I'm saying? So I don't know if the fifth instrument is the parliamentary approvals. And so therefore, if we don't get all the parliamentary approvals from the 5 countries, does that mean that this is delayed? So I would love, through you, Mr. Speaker, to find out. Meaning what? Meaning? When we read it, what it says? Again? I'm not reading. I'm telling you each of the headings. Well, Mr. Speaker, if the member had chosen to explain the detail and what the purpose of this is, then I wouldn't need to read it, Mr. Speaker. He should have been the one to go through it and provide clarification on what why is it, Mr. Speaker, that this is necessary? Why is it necessary to have a regulator to enforce the things that by law are already enforceable in St. Lucia and should be done? Why is it that those things have not been done? Okay, why? Why is it that Dominica lost its visa access to the UK and to Ireland? Are we not concerned that last time we came here, you told me differently. I said to you, okay, the Europeans now have gone and made the amendment to their laws, Mr. Speaker, and have given a unit the authority to withdraw citizen Schengen visa decision, okay, without going back to Parliament, instantaneously, Mr. Speaker. Okay, that's what I meant to say. All right. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that we are treading on thin ice. The government is not being truthful to Parliament, nor is it being truthful to the citizens of this country on how they're managing this thing. Everything is everybody else's fault. How can it be on something as important as this, where you've issued out 12,000 files that can be as anywhere between 36,000 passports to 48,000 passports? How's that possible? Mr. Speaker, the members on the other side went to a court and said the agreement that they signed, Mr. Speaker, after they went into this MOA to develop this document, Mr. Speaker, said that they have suspended the program and terminated the contract. I have seen nothing publicly to substantiate that claim. Nothing. There's been no documentation to come out to say that the program has been suspended. And up to now, how do you terminate a contract with 2 parties? Cabinet doesn't have the authority to do that. And now you're coming and you're presenting this as if this is, well, business as usual. This document, it's a substantial document that is taking away a significant amount of sovereignty from the state. And I'm asking you a question. Why? Why is it necessary for this? All right, why, Mr. Speaker? No, you can answer the question. No problem. You told me you can answer the question. You answer the question. Right? You answer the question, but it's always somebody else's fault. If in fact that people are making allegations and providing no evidence, I get it. But when people are making statements and turning around and providing the evidence and the government doesn't want to respond to the evidence. A contract, Mr. Speaker, as far as I know, is evidence. Right? And when we get to the next bill, we'll get into some more details of that. All right, Mr. Speaker? But today, right now, what we're asking is, we're coming to the House to approve a substantial piece of legislation, a regulatory authority for the CIP. And when you read through it, and the reason I read through it is because these are things that we should have been doing for ourselves. And how is it we've now find ourselves in this bind now that we're now going to have to be answerable to an authority? An authority, Mr. Speaker. On basic things, approving your contracts. All the things that people have been saying that we should have been doing here. Now all of a sudden, because of the pressure, you're having to sign to the regulatory authority, and the same things that you've been opposing, now you've already agreed to them. That's the point of all of this. It doesn't come across that there's any level of sincerity, Mr. Speaker. It's almost, well, this is a regional thing, I'm not really believing in it, etc. But this is substantial. And the fact is, if we continue conducting business as usual, which I hope that we're not, then we're all going to be in serious trouble. And that's why, again, there is the temptation of competition amongst ourselves, Mr. Speaker, has been our fault. Has been our fault, Mr. Speaker. Notwithstanding what the member wants to say, I'm on record continuously saying that this should be a harmonized program. We should have a singular program in the OECS. I'm glad to see that this regulatory agency is doing that. I still think that there is a gap. If we're going to go this far, what does it take to go the next step and have one unit? One unit. Why not? When we as citizens are sitting here asking basic questions, where's the money? It speaks about the management of the escrow account. One of the things that it does not deal with, but I assume that it's going to be dealt with in the regulations, is anybody who's depositing money into the escrow account. The member from Sioux Fair will understand exactly what I'm going to say. The persons that have to transfer the monies into the escrow account is the person who's the beneficiary. Cannot put it into a third party's name, and particularly if that third party is a developer. So imagine the developer now is putting the money into the escrow account, and the developer has the authority of taking the money out of the escrow account. How is there anything traceable? It has to be the person who's getting the citizenship that must submit the monies into the escrow account. But again, I'm assuming that that's going to come out of the regulations, because this is just the act itself. And it speaks to these kinds of guidelines. So, Mr. Speaker, I am happy on one side, content on one side that this piece of legislation is coming in. I would certainly like to hear confirmation as to when it's going to become enforceable. But I'm also saddened by the fact that it took all of the things that took place for this piece of legislation to come, and that we could not have done it ourselves, that we could not have wanted to run a clean, transparent program, and that we would have put our own regulations in place to have found that level of enforcement. But when you choose, Mr. Speaker, to ignore the same laws, the same regulations, regulation that says you shall do an audit, and you have up to 6 months to submit it, and you don't do it repeatedly. The last one was almost a year late, a year past the 6 months. That's why we end up in this situation. When we refuse to do proper audits, when there's information to say there's something wrong, and we don't want to take ourselves to task, we don't want to provide the independence of it, and we don't want to deal with it. So I'm supporting of this new regulation. Again, my one caveat is, when is it going to be enforced? And what this does not deal with, and certainly when we had the discussions, how do we deal with the past? How do we deal with all the passports and the programs and the contracts that were signed that, if measured by this standard, would fail the test? And certainly the government has said that they have suspended the program and terminated the contract. As I said, you have not seen anything to confirm that, taking them for face value that they have. But I will say to you, very importantly, this cures the problem moving forward. But I'm saying to the members of this House, I'm saying to the general public, we certainly have a lot of work to do to now review what has happened in the past. And when we look at the issuance of the contracts, and that those contracts, in my opinion, we'll wait for the court to make a determination, my opinion, that they're in contravention of the CIP Act and in contravention of the Finance Act. We'll see. But clearly when you read the contracts, and hopefully other members have read the contract themselves, to see the ambiguity and the problems that those contracts have created, and which is sadly leaves us with a very bad taste as to how we think that the integrity in which this program is being managed. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member Castries Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for a moment, I really thought we were dealing with local legislation, because to have gone through a piece of legislation which is not even harmonized, Mr. Speaker, because harmonized legislation means you can tweak the legislation to suit your locality. It is uniform legislation, which means you go to the 5 OECS countries that administer the citizenship by investment program, and you will pick up that very piece of legislation verbatimly printed in their laws. Word for word, clause for clause, sentence for sentence, paragraph for paragraph. So, Mr. Speaker, if we are under a legal duty to pass verbatim legislation, which, as I called, is uniform legislation, with harmonized legislation, Mr. Speaker, you can say the cats and the dogs. With harmonized legislation, you say the cats, dogs, and other animals. This is what obtained in St. Kitts Nevis. This is what obtains in Grenada. This is what obtains in Dominica. This is what obtains in Antigua. And we are almost the last country in the OECS to pass the legislation. We had no choice. We had no choice, Mr. Speaker. And it is because of that I indicated to the minister that given the nature of the legislation, it is not legislation that was drafted by the Attorney General's chambers. Now, you know, one would have thought the leader of the opposition, being endowed with at least what I consider legal expertise within his immediate periphery, would have been better able to understand and comprehend that this is, Mr. Speaker, uniform legislation. And so he goes on and he reads sentences, and guess what, Mr. Speaker? He almost chastises the Minister of Tourism for being so brief in laying out the legislation. It is not ours. It is not ours. It impacts on us, I take it, but we have signed off on an agreement to pass this legislation in Parliament. It has been passed in the other jurisdictions. And so, Mr. Speaker, because of an agreement signed by the Honorable Prime Minister, all of the Prime Ministers, we find ourselves here today. I will not get into the intricacies of the legislation because it is not necessary. If and when we believe that there is a provision in there that provides a particular difficulty for our locality, then we bring it to the attention of the same prime ministers, the same authoritative body that came together and say, look, we are proposing an amendment for our purposes. But for now, Mr. Speaker, to go in and read that, and for the leader of the opposition to say, he should have said this, he should have said that. Les Sétlissiens, ça c'est une loi qui a passé à 5 pays. À 5 pays qui ni programme là investment by citizenship. Il a passé à St. Kitts Nevis, à la Grenade, à Dominique, à St. Kitts Nevis. Et nous c'est dernier pour passer because nous avons un agreement pour passer. So tout ça, leader of opposition dit about signing c'est pas ministre, c'est pas premier ministre qui mettait, c'est pas attorney general nous qui mettait, c'est tout pays ensemble qui vient ensemble qui dit nous si nous voulons yon body a unified body, then we have to agree to the passage of this legislation. It is uniform legislation. It is word for word in all 5 jurisdictions. Verbatim is the better term to use. Now, he uses this, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's really sad. And says that the reason for that is for corruption. Mr. Speaker, you know, permit me to use this saying in our local palace. Kuye yo whatever, ava yo kuye uli. Kuye vole, ava yo kuye vole. But that's not the word. They use a word that is not necessarily palatable within this chamber. But call him a thief before he calls you a thief. So he shouts corruption as being the basis on which this legislation is being passed. I want to remind Mr. Speaker through you, the leader of the opposition, of a few factual occurrences, factual, and he will tell me what it speaks to. If you talk about transparency and corruption and this and that, there is corruption. Why on earth, at a summit of the Americas meeting, you are insinuating that the need for transparency should be dispensed with because it's too onerous? Why? Why? You are talking about corruption, but they are here to put mechanisms in place for greater transparency, and you are one of the advocates. You are one of the advocates who openly stated in the midst of lenders from all sorts of places that transparency can be too onerous sometimes. Yet, you speak of corruption. Mr. Speaker, under Transparency International, 2017 had been the most corrupt year in the history of St. Lucia. 2017, the most corrupt year. And my memory, if I jog it properly, it will tell me that the current leader of the opposition was Prime Minister then. Was Prime Minister then. The most corrupt year in our history. Yet, he speaks about corruption, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he speaks about corruption. And yet, when he assumed prime ministership of this country, under the legislation that dealt with the CIP program, Mr. Speaker, which we will come to later, you know, because now this is harmonized legislation. In fact, not harmonized, it is, how it's called again? Uniform. Harmonized means you could tweet, uniform is word for word. You talk about corruption, yet, Mr. Speaker, under the legislation then, there was a provision that Parliament must approve the expenditure to which CIP funds would be put. What did he do as Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker? What did he do? And all of that was in the interest of transparency, for the St. Lucians to know exactly what the passport monies were being put to. He amended the legislation. He amended it, Mr. Speaker, so that he did not need parliamentary approval to tell him how to spend the passport money. But he speaks of now corruption. Mr. Speaker, there was a cap. There was a cap of how many passports could have been sold to any investor or developer. He removed it. He removed it. And today, he speaks of corruption. Corruption. Mr. Speaker, less than 6 weeks after the leader of the opposition won the elections, he signed an agreement with Tio Aking. I want St. Lucians to hear that. Même mouna ki ka parle about corruption, mokay dizo sa ife. And I have the framework agreement with his initials on the page, Mr. Speaker. I've made it document of the House time and time again. he signed a framework agreement, which I want to read again. And he has the audacity to talk about corruption. Escrow account. The master developer shall open a new bank account in his own name with an international banking institution outside of St. Lucia. Outside of St. Lucia. It goes on, Mr. Speaker. And shall designate the bank account as the escrow account. The monies received for investment on the project for CIP participants shall be deposited into that account. Utan saisia make a pal about corruption. Ipokoteni sisimen ivini premier ministre. Ici au agreement kadako pour tirer aking 20 passeports et pour mettre l'argent l'autre ado bank account l'autre pays et tant ça agreement ka dit c'est tirer aking yon qui s'appelle l'argent account ça là. And today this man speaks of corruption. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, we all know if the leader of the opposition is fact-checked, I could tell you 95% of what he says are lies, are untruths. 95%. So you tell me that 6 weeks after you became Prime Minister, you signed an agreement permitting T.O.R. King to sell our passports, permitting T.O.R. King to put the money in a foreign account, permitting T.O.R. King to be the sole authoritarian in terms of expenditure as far as those monies are concerned. And you will come and tell the St. Lucian people, T.O.R. King never sell one passport. Kuyo T.O.R. King kuyo ha? Kuyo T.O.R. King kuyo ha? Huh? He never sold one. Yes. Huh? He could speak loud.
No, we need to record it.
He does speak loud when he wants. Man, you talking about corruption. As a bit too.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a point of order, the member is misleading the House. I chose this time to really sit down and allow the member because it doesn't seem whether you try to stop him. First of all, the framework agreement, Mr. Speaker, is a framework agreement. and it's not a binding agreement.
Could you just go straight to the point of order?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker?
You just go straight to the point of order?
Yeah, I did. I'm saying to you, Mr. Speaker, that a framework agreement is not a binding agreement. It does not go away from the fact that any applicant under the CIP program has to go through the CIP board.
But what is the point of order?
The fact is he's misleading the House.
By saying what?
Because he said that there were passports issued. And
no, he didn't say that. Never said.
Mr. Speaker, please.
What he said in Creole especially was that the agreement gave the authority and that you would have the House believe Theo Akin sold no passports. So if you think we are that foolish to believe you, that's what he said.
Okay, so I understand it to mean that he's right and I'm wrong.
No. There's no right or wrong. He never said a passport was sold. He said the agreement gave permission and that you have said to this House, no passports were sold. So if you believe members of this House are fools, that's up to you.
So, Mr. Speaker, the agreement does not give them permission to sell the passports. That could only be given by the CIP unit and not by the framework agreement, so Mr. Speaker. So even to make the connection, that is wrong and it's misleading.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. He has to get approval from the CIP board to have the authority to sell a passport. The framework agreement does not give him that right.
Member for Castries Central.
Mr. Speaker, I shall read from the framework agreement verbatim. Under clause 7.
Member for Castries Central.
Yes.
He is not denying what the framework agreement says. He's simply saying that there is another contract that says only the CIP can give the permission to sell the passport. That's what he said.
I'm not saying no, but I'm saying that the escrow account says he shall open an account in a foreign bank, one, and CIP money shall be deposited there too, and that he is the one with the sole authority to make withdrawals from that account. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? Guess what? He signed that a mere 6 weeks. A mere 6 weeks after becoming Prime Minister. A mere 6 weeks. You are selling St. Lucia away like that. A mere 6 weeks. And then, Mr. Speaker, what is disheartening rather, 5 years later, notwithstanding the authority was given to Theo Akin, signed by the Prime Minister of the day, to open a foreign account and deposit CIP monies into that foreign account. You want to tell the people of St. Lucia no money went into any account by Theo Akin. And you expect us to believe that. And that is why I said, c'est cette Lucia, il te porte une semaine. Il baille Theo Akin autorisation. Those are facts, Mr. Speaker. I don't know how many were sold. I don't know if any were sold. I don't know if it's 100 million. I don't know if it's 50 million. But the reputation of the man in being a spendthrift and spending our money in a manner that St. Lucians don't benefit from it, it precedes him. So I'm not surprised. I am not surprised, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if passports were sold.
Member for Castries Central. Member for Miku South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Again, the member is repeating the same thing over and over again, Mr. Speaker. This is the exact point that we're in court for, okay? Because he's made the same allegation publicly and I've taken to court. I, through the framework agreement, did not have the authority to give Theo Akin the ability to sell any passports, Mr. Speaker. The framework agreement is like approval in principle and said, yes, we agree.
Member Miku South, I don't want to interrupt you.
No problem, sir.
But that is not the issue. All he is doing is reading what the framework agreement says.
Mr. Speaker, if he read the framework agreement, I'm satisfied. But it's all the things that he's impugning afterwards as if to suggest he doesn't know. There was no escrow account open and there were no passports
approved. Remember that,
because
that may all be true, but But what is the point of order when all he has done is read the framework agreement, which you signed?
I have no problem with him reading it, Mr. Speaker.
But apparently you do, because your point of order is based on that.
Mr. Speaker, but he can't go to the next step.
Which is what?
Which is to say that he doesn't know how many passports are sold.
But he doesn't know.
He knows that none were sold. None possible.
Remember, I can't impute what the member knows. If the member says he doesn't know, he doesn't know.
Let me elucidate you. It's impossible based on the framework agreement for him to have sold any passports or for him to
remember, but he's not saying any passports were sold. So that's his whole point. He doesn't know. All he has done is to read a framework agreement which you signed. There is no disputing that what he is reading is incorrect.
That's correct. That's all I'm saying. That less than 6 weeks after you became a prime minister, you signed an agreement permitting Theo Aking to open an account overseas in his name and to deposit CIP monies into that account. That is a fact. And you signed it. I cannot say, I will repeat what I said. If $1 went there, I cannot say if it was open. I don't know if it was in, how they call it, Bermuda or Panama. I don't know if it was open, where it was open, how many passports were sold, how much money was in there, how much is left there, how much was withdrawn. I am not professing to know any of that. But I am saying, as Prime Minister, it is reckless on your part, if not suspect. It is at least reckless to permit a third party to open an account using CIP money overseas, and he's the sole signatory to that account. Mr. Speaker, and that same man today turns and talk about corruption. That's my grouse, Mr. Speaker. That is my grouse. The very man that removed the reporting requirement to Parliament as to how to spend CIP money, the very man that removed the cap, the very man that brought the price of passport down, is today, Mr. Speaker, talking about corruption. Mr. Speaker, you know, sometimes you really don't want to belabor points. You want to have smooth sailing insofar as the House is concerned. You want persons. So last night we left cabinet, I got to my home after 11. You know, we got home very late because Philippe Joseph Pierre wants every I dotted and every T crossed. So he wants to ensure we stand to our work. I don't want to belabor any point, but when you had a leader of the opposition spewing that kind of nonsense, and then, Mr. Speaker, this very man, Mr. Speaker, he talks about we are flaunting the CIP legislation because there are no sanctions. There are no penalties. Can you believe this? Can you believe this, Mr. Speaker? This is the very man on the holding of his first parliament after the general election. A reporter confronted him and told him, Mr. Prime Minister, are you not aware that the Constitution demands, the Constitution is our most supreme law? I have the clip. I have it. Don't look at me in amazement. The Constitution is our most supreme law. And it goes on to say, whichever law that is inconsistent with the Constitution is void to the extent of the inconsistency. I know you know that, Mr. Speaker. But it is this very man who told the reporter, when the reporter asked him, why are you taking the constitutional provision and making a mockery of it? I'm paraphrasing here. And he said, the Constitution lays no sanctions. He's the same one. You can breach our Constitution and brag about there are no sanctions. And today you have the audacity, the gall, to come and talk about penalties. Huh? You were supposed to appoint a deputy speaker. So basically the Constitution said you must have a convening of Parliament within 30 days after a general election. But what did they do? They go down to View Fort. They had the swept. Mr. Speaker, that kind of expenditure, but yeah, l'argent c'est lycée. Il peut bloquer bonnet, oui. Bonnet, mais tout le monde vient pour qu'il buy tout minister hotel room, oui. Ah, vite, the body. First thing, so he's in View Fort, put red carpet on all the field, rented out the hotel for all his ministers and other people, you know. You didn't stay there?
Overcast Central, the member for Suzel Saltibus is on record in this house as stating that he did not rent any hotel room.
Okay. No.
I can't speak for anybody else. I can only speak for a member for Suzel Saltibus said so in this house.
Well, you see, the thing is, Mr. Speaker, he may not have taken up residence at his assigned room, but it doesn't mean that he would have been dealt with in isolation. So he may not have stayed there. But it is a fact, Mr. Speaker, going and rent hotel rooms. I've been swearing in View Fort. All kinds of nonsense, Mr. Speaker. All kinds of nonsense. You know, and then talk about, oh Lord. And you know, so he didn't convene Parliament. After that, 5 years, no deputy speaker. 5 years. 5 years. And that same man today is talking about penalties. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to go on record as saying this. This, like I said, is legislation which we are bound to abide by virtue of an agreement between the 5 OECS countries that administer the CIP program. The contents are not localized. The contents have nothing to do with us. If we may have had an input, the input had to have been accepted by all 5 countries. In every of the jurisdictions you go, Mr. Speaker, you will pick up a like piece of legislation. So I don't understand what grouses. And that reminds me of St. Jude, because we have 4 prime ministers in the house. 3 of them, well, 3 ex-prime ministers and 1 outstanding prime minister. 3 of them decided to go in one direction with the old site of St. Jude. 1 alone went a different way. So that's probably the same thing that's happening here. But Mr. Speaker, all in all, I don't want to be in this house when the leader of the opposition speaks about corruption, because the examples from which inferences can be drawn, the examples that I have all, but there are so many instances, there are so many deals from which the inferences of corruption can be drawn. Well, don't ask for the most corrupt year under him. Theo a king, 1,000 acres, you know, and you have the audacity to come here and talk about corruption. You have the audacity to come here and talk about we are not complying with the legislation because the legislation imposes no sanctions. I urge you through you, Mr. Speaker, that when you open your mouth, ensure that you are not alluding to circumstances in which you fail tremendously, because you always do. Always open the door, and then, Mr. Speaker, when he cannot deal with it, he always has a point of order. But I just felt, Mr. Speaker, I should put the record straight insofar as corruption is concerned, and insofar as him referring to the non-compliance because there are no sanctions. He has breached the Constitution, our most supreme law, in more than one instance, and has overtly stated to reporters that the Constitution has no sanctions, which means he can break it at his whims and fancies. With that short contribution, Mr. Speaker, I take my seat.
I have to ask the Attorney General for a bill to interpret short. Member for View Fort South.
Speaker, much of what I will say will be gone with the wind. I say this to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that I am merely speaking to history and nothing more. That if and when the time comes that this legislation and the agreement which it endorses is ever reviewed, then whatever I have said here today perhaps will be remembered, whether in Hansard or otherwise. Mr. Speaker, I believe I know this government very well. And I believe that this government is not comfortable with this legislation. But I also believe that the government decided that it would support this legislation out of an act of regional solidarity and cooperation. And secondly, too, because of the conjuncture, the political circumstances of the tax. And in particular, the position of the European countries over these programs and the implications for relationship with the European Union. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm resentful. And I'm resentful because I know deep within the European Union, they do not believe that we can take care of ourselves and make our own decisions. They don't believe that. They do not accept that we are independent people with the right to make decisions for ourselves. They believe that we are irresponsible, and they believe that we don't even have the right to be sovereign countries, that they should tell us what to do. I resent legislation that has been crafted out of the obedience to what has been prescribed for us. Because what is happening is that we surrender the sovereignty that we fought so hard to obtain. I have difficulty. And so, Mr. Speaker, I must tell you that I have profound misgivings and deep reservations about this legislation. I have organized, Mr. Speaker. I have organized about whether I share these misgivings and reservations. But, Mr. Speaker, I take comfort from what I have just said. The confluence of forces, the international conjuncture, the relationship that we have with Europe and other countries, and what I suspect must have been the enormous pressure exerted on the government of St. Lucia to accede to this agreement. Mr. Speaker, I want to make it very clear that under no circumstances do I support the position of the leader of the opposition. He applauds this legislation. I do not. I have difficulty with it. He believes that the CIP regimes in individual countries should be dismantled and rather you should go for centralization. I do not. I reject it. So let us be very clear that we are not on the same page and we are not approaching this legislation from an identical position, and that I have grave difficulty with his reasoning and his approach, as much as I have reservations about this legislation. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that I have in the past bitterly complained about the methodology employed by regional authorities where regional legislation is concerned. And in that regard, I want to make 2 points. Firstly, the leader of the opposition disclosed, and correct me if I'm wrong or I heard wrongly, that the legislation was passed on to him by the central bank and he was invited to make comments. Am I correct? That is what the leader of the opposition said. Now, I take issue with that. I want to find out why the legislation was not passed to me before it reached his house. Why is it going to the leader of the opposition, not me too? I want to find out. The second issue that I have is the involvement of the central bank in this legislation and getting involved in the administration of the CIP. Mr. Speaker, I am going to repeat things I have said in this House before. And you will accuse me, Mr. Speaker, of engaging in another boring cycle. But I'll repeat it because I'm speaking to history. As I said, because much of what I say will be gone with the wind. The central bank has no business getting involved in the administration of the CIP throughout the region. The central bank's business is monetary policy. Some months back, legislation was introduced in this House. I believe it was, forgive me, Mr. Speaker, if it is not legislation, but I think it was, about an intended program by the central bank to get involved in financing small businesses. I opposed it. I said that is not the business of the central bank. The central bank is getting involved in matters outside of what it is allowed to get involved in by the agreement established in the central bank. And when I see the central bank has membership in this, that is all the more reason why I have to have misgivings. What is the central bank doing getting involved in the administration of the CIP programs in the region, which is an administrative responsibility of the domestic states? What is it getting involved in this for? Where in the Central Bank Act does it have the authority to get involved in these matters? Why is it involved in drafting this for which I have serious problems over?
The banks are at the heart of the matter, the banks.
The banks are not at the heart of this matter. They cannot be.
Yeah, they exposed.
They cannot be at the heart of this matter. The banks are nothing more than a mere conduit. Nothing more. Just like you and I have accounts at banks, so too are those persons involved in this business can make use and access those facilities. That don't justify the central bank getting involved in this. These are administrative issues. So we can't go and locate the excuse for the engagement of the central bank merely because there are issues of transmission of funds from one domain to the next. The banks do that every living day. Every living day they do it. All over the place they do it. What's the big issue with that? That can't justify the banks as getting the central bank involved because it feels it has to protect the banks. And that's half the problem we have with the banking sector. Because the central bank refuses to get involved in protecting ordinary citizens. That is why we have those problems. Nobody is speaking for the ordinary St. Lucians and their problems with the banks. Who's speaking for them? Nobody. If the central bank would have got involved in monitoring how the banks are conducting their business, what the charges they are putting on people, then we might have been in a different place. But no, they want to get involved in things like that. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me say this. and you have heard me say it in this house before, I repeat it. There is no one in this house who has fought for regional unity than I have. Nobody. It is true that the member for Castries East is now having his opportunity, but he has a track record to follow where that is concerned. Because I have engaged in fighting for regional unity from the time that I was a young student going through the ranks, through the university, getting involved in all kinds of things, right through my prime ministership. But I have always cautioned against a mindless uniformity, that all of us must be reduced to the same likeness. We have to oppose it and we have to reject it. We are different. Where we have to engage in cooperation, we engage. But where we have to protect who we have to retreat to protect who we are. That is why I have always opposed the Anglicization of our civil code. That is why I have rejected the attempts by some to anglicize our civil code, to make us different, to make us look like the British. We are not British. And so, when you see in this region that there is this mindless uniformity, this drive for all of us to be the same, all of us to be in the same basket, I will always oppose it. We have to retain our identity and who we are, not suffuse it, not abandon it. Yes, we have to cooperate. Yes, we have to integrate. But we have to be careful how we do it and how far we go. That doesn't mean that I reject what I have fought for. Rather, it is to say that we have to approach this business with a certain level of intelligence. And this is what I fear with this, that we are surrendering our interests, our strategic interests. That's why I have difficulty with it. It is an act of diminution of our sovereignty, of who we are and what we are. Now somebody will say to me, come on, you should have respect. You're a former prime minister, 5 prime ministers signed this. I don't understand. How is that disrespectful to 5 prime ministers because they signed this? If 5 prime ministers make mistakes, who am I to not to stand by and say that they didn't make mistakes? I'm not suggesting that the prime minister made a mistake. All I'm saying is that I can well understand the extraordinary pressure that must have been exerted on him and the government of St. Lucia to come to this and sign this. But I'll tell you one thing. I heard a member for Castries start presenting this. There was pain. I've known him for years. There was pain, lack of conviction. There was pain, there was lack of conviction, no flair.
So you agree there was brevity?
No flair. Because I know deep in his heart, everything I'm saying in this house now, he agrees to it, you know. He might use different words, but he understands what I'm saying. He fully understands what I'm saying. And I'll tell you something. If you see the United Workers' Party had not started to interfere with the legislation they had inherited, we would not have been in this mess. It's the rot started with the United Workers' Party. When what we had carefully crafted by agreement with even individuals in the opposition was dismantled. That is where it started. That is what took us down that slippery road. And we don't want to call a spade a spade. Mr. Speaker, when you look at this, there are 2 parts to this legislation, and you can't examine one without the other. First of all, there is the Act. The Act brings into force this agreement. And then, of course, you have the lengthy agreement. Now, the leader of the opposition focuses largely on the agreement because, well, for him, it confirms everything he had been saying, and he can find comfort in this. Never mind that extraordinary damage that this is doing to this country, and this is doing to the rest of the region. Never mind all of that. But he gets comfort in that. But the fact of the matter is that the enabling legislation, in my view, is as problematic. It's really, really problematic. And that's why I tell you that I have issues with how these things are done. When the agreement is signed by the 5 prime ministers and brought to this chamber, it has already been decided for us. You can't interfere with the agreement, as a member for Castries Central rightly said. You have to live with it. You can criticize it after the fact, but you have to live with it. Of course, it is expected that we have to live with the enabling legislation, and the member for Central Castries is absolutely correct, and he hits at the discomfort so well, and when he says that this legislation is not our legislation. It doesn't belong to us. It didn't come out of the office of the Attorney General. He is nothing more than a conduit, nothing more than that, for the passage of this legislation. And I see him frowning at me, so it must mean that he knows that I understand what I'm saying. But you know, Mr. Speaker, sometimes I wonder about this enormous power that is being ceded to this authority that is being created. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, if you are aware that in respect of the legislation now, as distinct from the agreement, if you look at Clause 7, Clause 7 allows, Mr. Speaker, for a person who knowingly or recklessly makes causes to be made or furnishes the authority for any statement, information, or document that is false or misleading in any material particular, that person commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine not exceeding $250,000. Now, presumably, U.S. Now, presumably, this is directed against those so-called applicants for citizenship. And then, of course, if you don't cooperate and you obstruct the process, any investigation, then you also commit an offense and you are liable to a fine not exceeding $200,000 United States dollars. Now, if this is all a summary offense before a magistrate, it's very significant. It's a serious offense. Because it means that a magistrate has power to find you guilty and charge you $250,000 US dollars, which of course would be well over 600,000, 700,000 EC dollars. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, whether this is not a serious breach of separation of powers. Because the magistrates' courts are always the jurisdiction that is well established, is of course that their business is to try lesser offenses, not more serious offenses. Serious offenses belong to the High Court and the Court of Appeal. Now, these days they will tell you that they have already introduced very high penalties for drug offenses. The magistrates are busy applying very high penalties, so it can't be any breach of any separation of powers of the judicial. It's not encroaching on the judicial powers of the courts. But clearly this is very sizable. And then, of course, Mr. Speaker, the act actually gives the authority, the power to levy fines on people. The act says, Mr. Speaker, if you look at clause 10 of the Act, or if you look at clause 12, and for ease of reference, look at this. Nothing in this section limits the power of the authority to impose a civil penalty under section 16, which means that the authority is exercising a judicial power to impose penalty on people. How could the central bank tolerate that kind of legislation and ask the parliaments of the region to pass legislation like this? How? I don't understand it, Mr. Speaker, and someone will have to explain to me. And then if you look at clause 16, in determining the amount of a civil penalty to be imposed, the authority shall consider the gravity, duration, and impact of the breach, the degree of responsibility, cooperation, prior history, and benefit gained or loss avoided, and the need for deterrence. The imposition of a civil penalty under this section is an alternative to summary conviction or prosecution. So it's wheeling and dealing. Wheeling and dealing. If you don't want a summary conviction, then let's work out a civil penalty. Why should an authority of that caliber get involved in this kind of wheeling and dealing? And why are we sanctioning this? It's of course, why are we sanctioning this? And so, Mr. Speaker, I speak to the wind. I speak to the wind, as I said, Mr. Speaker. I speak to the wind. And then, of course, there's room now for an appeal to an appeals tribunal created under the rules. So they now become a law into themselves, avoiding judicial scrutiny. These are powers that should belong to a judge, not to any authority created by the central bank and those who support this kind of arrangement. What are we doing? And so when I tell you that I am uncomfortable, I am uneasy because of the diminution of our authority, the diminution of our sovereignty, the diminution of our self-respect, then you can understand my near outrage, Mr. Speaker. The difficulties that I have. I'm not opposing my government. I understand full well what they have to endure. I believe I know this government. I believe I understand the enormous and the immense pressures. But you know, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition says that he agrees with centralization. But the truth of the matter, he wants more centralization. The truth of the matter is that the process of the CIP has now become centralized. What has happened, in effect, is that what exists as a CIP unit is a mass skeleton. Is a mass skeleton. And Mr. Speaker, if you don't believe me, just look at Article 8 of this agreement. Mr. Speaker, watch Article 8. Yes, of the agreement. The functions of the authority include, but are not limited to the following. And if you notice, it goes from A all to the next page. It goes past page 34. Then it goes on to page 35 to V. Could you imagine that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. They give the authority 22 functions, Mr. Speaker. Now, what is left for the CIP here to do when they give them all? And I'm not, Mr. Speaker, going to waste the time of Parliament to go through all of these functions. You know, it can't be integration at any price. It can't be harmonization at any price. And I'll tell you part of my anguish, Mr. Speaker. When I started to go through this, I kept on asking myself, if If I were the one, what would I have done? If I were the one, what would I have done? I'm going to answer that question in a while, Mr. Speaker. I'll tell you what I have done. Mr. Speaker, do you know the full extent to which we are ceding our authority? Mr. Speaker, if you don't believe me, look at Article 10, Powers of the Authority. Look at that, Mr. Speaker. It says, in the exercise of its functions, the authority shall have the power to do, but not limited to, the following, and they're listed A to H. Now look at C. C. Recommend or direct a participating state. We have now become the European Union. The European Union issues directives. Now this authority wants to issue directives to St. Lucia. Is it E? The thing is so small, Mr. Speaker. They can now issue directives. All my life, I have fought even the OECS authority when it wanted to clothe itself with the powers to issue directives to member states of the OECS. And to see this appearing in this, then you can understand, Mr. Speaker, how deeply aggrieved that I became. Because I can tell you one thing, if I was wrong, that I ain't seen the light of day. I will never, ever, ever allow a body like this to give my country directives or to give me directives in my own space, surrender my sovereignty, abdicate my sovereignty, allow my sovereignty to be diminished, to follow the dictates of European states. And the minister, the member for Castries East is laughing. Because the member for Castries East knows full well the number of times I've had to stand up and reject what others have attempted to impose on me when I had the honor to serve this country as their Prime Minister. And I paid the price for it. I paid the price for it. But you know, I'm proud I paid the price for it. Proud. Proud that I stood up.
Speak to the elephant in the room. What is the elephant in the room?
There are no elephant in the room, huh?
I have an elephant in the room.
The only elephants I see in the room is the opposition who's supporting this.
What's here? Taking this
Who wants more centralization in this? That's the only elephant. Why you want more centralization? You strip your own unit. You make your unit irrelevant, and then you're talking about, come on.
You know what I talk about. So you're doing what you accuse other people of? You know what I talk about. There is an elephant in a broad shoulders.
No.
Very broad.
Mr. Speaker, that is not the only issue. That is not the only issue. Look at page 57. How could an authority like this direct developers in your programs in your own country, and you can sit with that? Look at Article 37. And I'm being eclectic. I don't want to stand up here and speak all evening. I'm just being eclectic just to make a few points. Listen to this. Listen, look at Article 37, 37.1. The authority shall regulate the operations of a developer involved in the development, promotion, or management of approved real estate or other qualifying project within the program of a prescribed threshold as specified by the Council. So this authority will tell us in St. Lucia how the developer must manage a project in St. Lucia, and we have no say in that. Look at 37.3. In determining eligibility for regulation by the authority, the board shall consider the scope of the project, the developer's financial standing, experience, ownership, structure, project history, and any other relevant factors, and maybe as may be specified in the regulatory law of regulatory law or regulations. I mean, come on. The central bank is putting its signature to this, is encouraging this, that they, an authority, must tell a developer how they should develop a real estate option in your country. And by the way, those of you who are arguing about whether it is may or this or that is discretionary, it says shall. It says shall. So when I tell you, Mr. Speaker, I am deeply wounded by this, you will begin to understand why I feel so deeply wounded by this. Mr. Speaker, reference has already been made to the maximum number of approved applicants. The leader of opposition, for his own nefarious reasons, made reference to this. I make reference to it for a different reason. I make reference to it because it is consistent with my argument that it represents a diminution of our authority, a compromise of our sovereignty, and in our ability to make decisions ourselves for our country in our own space. I oppose it on that reason. Background. Why on earth should a board recommend to the council the maximum number of applicants who may be granted decisions by investment? Somebody explain that. Somebody explain that to me. Make it make sense. Somebody explain that to me. It's my country, for goodness sake. It's my passport that has been issued. Why you want to tell me how many I should issue or not issue? And the Europeans are behind this, you know. The Europeans are behind this kind of thing. The EU is behind this. But Mr. Speaker, that's not the only thing to substantiate my meager point this afternoon. That's not the only thing. I have always had a historical problem with these clauses dealing with escrow accounts. I've always had a problem with it. The minister knows my position full well on escrow accounts. I've said it before. And the member for Central Castries is right. I don't understand this debate that is going on between himself and the leader of the opposition over the Theo Arking agreement. Theo Arking says that the agreement he has is enforceable. It has a force of law. But I haven't heard the leader of the opposition repudiate Theo Arking and tell him that's not true, that's not right. I don't know. You should go and give evidence for the government, you know. And listen. I believe, listen to me carefully, I believe that when the time comes for litigation in respect of Theo Arking, the Speaker should be asked for permission to use what the leader of the opposition has said in the House in a court of law. Because that's how it works. He says that this was not, as far as he understood it, it was not an enforceable agreement. It was a framework. Yet Theo Arking is relying on that to say that he has been legally disadvantaged, that the government of St. Lucia has breached undertakings to him. I don't know whether this matter is that. I'm not privy to it. All I hear is what I hear. All I know is what I hear in the public like everybody else. But the fact of the matter is that's the position of the leader of the opposition, and the law provides for the Speaker to grant permission for the record of Hansard to be used. So if the government's lawyers are not aware of that, then I'm telling them so, because the leader of the opposition is saying it's not a valid agreement. But I don't understand if it's not a valid agreement, how Theo Arking at least have landed you for. I don't understand these things. I'm sorry. It's a mystery to me. It's all a mystery to me. Must be advancing age.
But we changed how much things in there. We did change how much.
But look at this escrow accounts.
We changed things in
The
there.
unit
Can't be binding.
and the competent authority of participating state shall ensure that a qualifying investment or financial contribution required under a regulatory law is deposited into a designated escrow account established and managed as specified by the authority. And listen to this. The authority shall issue guidelines regarding the form and content of the escrow account, approve criteria, and it is not even saying, it is not even saying how on earth, someone explain to me, how on earth the central bank can get involved in this. It is not even saying that an escrow account shall be established after consultation with the accountant general of the participating state. It's not even saying that. And whatever argument you can invent, you can bring, the reality is the fact that when you sell those passports, or those passports are purchased, the government of St. Lucia
Member for Vieward South, I think your mic went off again. Perhaps the authority took over your mic. The member for Miko North is the cause of this. Member for Viva South, try now. No? Should I expel the member from Mykonos?
Thank you.
Member for Castries East, just hold 1 minute, please. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, he said okay. Please proceed, Member for Castries East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Testing.
Mr. Speaker, I signed the agreement and I take full responsibility for signing the agreement, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say a few things, Mr. Speaker, to say why are we here today, Mr. Speaker. And you know why we are here today? We are here today because one man because, Mr. Speaker, one man believed that he had a pathway to political power using the CIP program. I'll tell you why, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, I have listened, Mr. Speaker, very carefully. I have seen interviews. I have seen things written on social media, Mr. Speaker. I have felt the pain, Mr. Speaker, of this program, Mr. Speaker. I have heard speak.
Minister for Tourism.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I shall close the debate now. And I shall close it in a similar vein to what the member from Castries East was leading to, Mr. Speaker. One of the reasons we are here tonight, just like the member from Castries East said, is because of the deliberate, malicious actions of the leader of the opposition. There is no doubt in my mind about that. None at all. He starts off by saying, we are here because of corruption and mismanagement of the programs. And the member from Beaufort South was right. The slide started with his actions, Mr. Speaker, when he got into government in 2016. And the next bill will address this in greater detail. That's where it started, Mr. Speaker. That's exactly where it started. And he lost the election in 2021. And he believed that his pathway to become Prime Minister again was to destroy St. Lucia, destroy all possibilities in this country. He thought the only way he can be re-elected is to ensure that this government did not succeed. That's what he thought. That was his plan. It was a plan well constructed. And the CIP, for them, was the pathway to do it. All of them, every single one. In fact, they've already allocated ministries. And there was one here earlier today. He's already called persons at the CIP unit to tell them that he will be made minister responsible for CIP, and he's assuring them that he will not be fired when they get into government. Think about that. Think about that. I want you to think about that. He's already determined who is getting what ministries. And we didn't say it. A young lady who's a candidate for Beaufort South herself said, when they had the meeting to decide who gets what ministries, she said she wanted health. And they told her, no, you're not getting health. She said she loved taking care of people. And he said, no, health is for Benson. And she said, just let me understudy him. And she said, no. He said, no, you're not getting any ministry. So they've already allocated ministries. Already. Election Poko Kuye. They've had no elections yet. But they've already allocated ministries. So much so they call in the unit, you know, speaking to staff to tell them they will not be fired when they come in. But let's go back to the plan. Let's go back to the plan. And I must admit, and I will admit to this honorable house, he did get some of his way. He did. Because in his thinking, if the enterprise program, the infrastructure program works, and the government has hundreds of millions of dollars to spend on upgrading the infrastructure of this country, there's no possibility of they being elected. He thought so. Imagine a government having hundreds of millions of dollars to spend on improving the infrastructure in St. Lucia. He would not be re-elected. So at all costs, this island must be burnt to the ground. CIP must be burnt to the ground. That's what it was all about. And yes, it's true, we did have to terminate the contract and suspend the program to ensure that we preserve some level of integrity in the program. But that was his actions. That's what he wanted. And despite all what you did, this government can boast of having been one of the most progressive governments in the history of St. Lucia. And this Prime Minister is undoubtedly the most popular politician in St. Lucia, despite what you did. You wanted to destroy St. Lucia, because once you've destroyed us in this country, you believe you would rule over us. That's what it was about. And you know who we found as his partner? Martinez. Remember the Martinez? Remember the experience with Martinez? I lived through it. I was the main target. But you know what? I am still standing. I am still standing. And when that day comes, when elections are held and the people deliver their judgment, I hope you are still standing. The last time you fainted when you got the results, but you will see this time. But let me say something. You joined with Martinez against this country. You joined with him. He was boasting that he's going to file class action suit against the government, that he is going to link up with one called Rejok. It's the same person who had written about him, and his corruption, or alleged corruption. Mr. Speaker, I just don't want to step out of line. He joined up with them, attacked the Prime Minister, his daughter, his family, attacked everybody he could. Everybody. I smile every day, because deep down inside he wanted St. Lucia to burn. He wanted to be the king of the ashes. King of the ashes. Because he believed he can rebuild it. That the only way he can stop this government is to destroy the successes of this government. And for him, the CIP was it. Called people crooks. $1 billion disappear. Where the money gone here? Over and over and over to convince St. Lucians that we had been so corrupt and so much mismanagement in the program. And to use the CIP to destroy us and destroy this country. That's what he wanted. You don't love this country. You don't. And you can never love this country. Because deep down inside, you see yourself as a product of another country. Deep down inside. There's no connection with us. In fact, the provision that is in there for residency and for how do you call it? And all those, how do you call it? You know, integration, you probably need some of it to really understand what it is to be a St. Lucian. And let me tell you why. Let me tell you why, Mr. Speaker. He speaks of the due diligence process and what is needed. And he applauds why this agreement allows the authority to regulate and virtually control the due diligence firms and the processes and everything else. And let me tell you, I have no difficulty, and this government has no difficulty in we having agreed standards as to the level of due diligence that must exist. We have no problems with that. We believe we have a superior, standard of due diligence in our program. But do you know why things like that are necessary? Because under your government, a Chinese due diligence firm was appointed in this country. Under your government. And when we came in, we had to terminate the agreement. You did it. And then you call people corrupt and mismanagement. When you did it, the Chinese firm, who appointed the Chinese firm? What date and what date were they terminated? Tell St. Lucians, when you're going to accuse people of mismanagement and corruption and why this is necessary, tell them what you did to create the conditions for it. What did you do to create the conditions? Let me give you another one. The register, the need for the register of all, the licenses and operators. who is the person that removed from our legislation the necessity for the annual report to have a register of everyone who was granted citizenship in this country? You did. You did. When you became Prime Minister, and then now we are forced to have those registers, and you want to say, I support it because you all mismanaged the program. You removed it from our program. And the member from Beaufort South is right. The way we had designed our program, we had constructed it. You removed that, you destroyed it, and the next bill will address some of those things. Let me give you another one. Integration, residency, and the need for new citizens to be integrated. Under the CIP, when we set it up, we actually had a special officer appointed for that specific purpose. We were the only unit among all the units that had that. Her sole role was to make sure that all new citizens are provided with civic information, told of all upcoming activities in St. Lucia, invite them to be part of our carnival, our jazz, our cultural festivals. That was in 2016 we had that. The young lady was fired. He stood up and said, this is stupidity. And now the regional agreement is asking that it be done. And he's agreeing to it as something progressive. We had it and you removed it. So when you speak about mismanagement of the program, it started with you. And you and Rijok and them and then Martinez went about on that relentless program and, of activities to destroy the CIPs in the Caribbean, spreading rumors. And when the critical time came, remember what Martinez did? He withdrew his case. He had done his damage. He had cut off the necks of the program. So he withdrew his case. You want to talk about integration, you're supporting it now when you fire the officer who was appointed to do exactly that, when nobody even thought of doing that. Quota. He's applauding having a quota for each country. Which legislation had provisions for a quota, and in the case of St. Lucia, no more than 500 applications? We had that in our legislation. You took it out. You started the unlimited number of citizenships to be granted, and you're going to stand there and say 6,000 and 6,000. That's how many. You set the framework for it to happen. You did. And then you're going to come and say now you're supporting having a quota. When we had a quota in St. Lucia, you know what? In the next bill, we're bringing back the quota. We're bringing it back. You set the stage for this to happen because you believe you can destroy St. Lucia and you can use the CIP to destroy St. Lucia. Competition. You know, let me tell you, you really should be disbarred from this honorable house for some of the comments that you make. You know, he's going to say that it is competition that causing the problem between us in the CIPs. For goodness sake, who started the race to the bottom? When in 2016, you reduced the investment levels we had in St. Lucia to the lowest level so you can compete with Dominica and compete with the other countries. You did it. We were $200,000. You brought it down to $100,000. He did it. You understand? And you want to speak about competition is what has caused the problems and why we have to be here with this agreement. You want to speak about how the other islands in this country, in this region, are corrupt. That Dominica, Grenada, not St. Vincent, St. Kitts and them are corrupt and mismanaging the programs. That's why this has to be there. You started it. You caused it. So don't come here and pretend as if you care about this region. You know, he had an exchange with a member from Castries Central. And he said how DSH was never given any citizenships and that was never done and they went back and forth. I can tell you, I know that under his government, they approved 4 real estate projects. They have approved 4. On the CIP website, was an advertisement for an Alpina hotel in Beaufort. It was approved. Shares were given to them. They were placed on the CIP website so people can apply for citizenship under the program. But I cannot tell you, I have seen the file with all the details of that application. I cannot tell you much more than that. But the fact that it was put on their website and it was only taken down a few months ago is because a decision was taken that people can now apply for citizenship through the Alpina St. Lucian Hotel in Beaufort. I can tell you that. Those documents were never made available to the CIP office. Never made. But it's held somewhere in St. Lucia. I don't know where. I don't know where. But I know it was on the website of the CIP, announcing to the world that they can apply for citizenship through that investment option. I cannot tell you how many shares were given, but I can also say to you, and that's my next point about the escrow, who is the person that removed the requirement for an escrow to be located in St. Lucia? Who? He. And he comes here and says how he is happy that the authority will now be supervising escrows. When you're the one. Now, if it wasn't for the case we have before the courts, I would give you a lot of details about the escrow that he signed. I can tell you a lot of things about that escrow. And I just read it again. But I know I have my limitations as to what I can say and do, Mr. Speaker, because there is a court matter dealing with those issues. You know, I can tell you there was an escrow agreement with Alpina St. Lucian Hotel. I still cannot tell you for a fact. I cannot tell you. I have not seen all those documents. But I know there was an escrow agreement negotiated with Alpina, with Tio Akin. I can tell you that. And you want to stand here and say the reason why we are here today is because the governments in the region, Dominica, St. Kitts, Antigua, St. Lucia, Grenada, because we are corrupt and we mismanage the programs? Seriously? When you in St. Lucia, and the member of the vote South is so right, you started this, you dismantled what was built in this country. And don't even let me start saying about other practices we discovered in the unit. I don't want to go down that road because it will implicate individuals and it will extend a bit too far. You understand? But I can tell you that we are proud. I'm not going to tell you that the program is perfect. It's a program, not a program, an industry still in infancy. And as it is in infancy, it has regulations, it has to be regulated. There are certain practices which should not be encouraged. And I've always said, and I will say it in the next bill, the issue, because it's a commission-driven industry, that creates conditions where there can be manipulation of a lot of, and the practices are not always consistent with what you would want. So I agree, and I remember when I presented it, I said, we support having a regulatory authority. We supported it, and we will still support it, and we will work to make sure it serves as the best way possible. We are committed as a government to making sure that the regulatory authority serves our best interests, and we'll go in there and we'll work to make sure it happens. That's a commitment from this government. But don't come here and masquerade and pretend that, you know, we are here because governments in the Caribbean, in the Eastern Caribbean, are corrupt and mismanaged, when you are the shining example of mismanagement of the program. Don't come here and do this and pretend. And you know, it's really hurtful, and I want St. Lucians to always remember that. You team up with Martinez to destroy the reputation of St. Lucia and Ridgeock. You team up with them. You boasted that you were going to Washington to get the evidence, you and Guy Joseph, and that a plane, you all going to bring down the evidence on a plane. Yeah. Oh, don't even ask for that one. That a plane came to St. Lucia and he took away the Prime Minister and myself to Washington, and the guy said he even saw the plane and it had FBI written on it. You know, let me tell you. Lies and more lies. You know what really hurt me when I heard he said he is going to team up with Martinez to file a class action suit against the government of St. Lucia. This is your government. This is your country. These are your people. You proclaim they are. You want them to elect you as a member of parliament and for you to be prime minister of this country. That's what you're asking for. You've never demonstrated a commitment to St. Lucia or to St. Lucians. Never did. Never did. The worst political hypocrite we've ever had in St. Lucia. You know, and then you're going to tell me, no, you're going to tell, Oscar, I have given you repeated examples of how you violated every act of the CIP. I've given you examples of it, you know, and then you want to come and pretend y'all have been so bad, they had to force this on y'all and I support it. You caused it. And I have to repeat that over and over. But you know what? When you look at the record of this government, and very soon we will be presenting to you our slate of achievements for you to really see. You know, we have done tremendous in this country, in health, in education, in agriculture, in tourism. We have delivered to the people of St. Lucia, despite your machinations, despite your malicious intent. We have delivered to the people of St. Lucia. We, each one of us, proud to go in our constituencies and boast of what we have done.
Oh, yes.
Every single one of us. And you know, it goes as far as, let me tell you,
Oh, yes.
you want to, no, don't even start me up, no, don't even go there. You understand? Don't let me, you want me to answer him for you? You know, no? Let me tell you, you know what the worst sin he'll commit? He will cause all his candidates around him to lose because of him. Every single one of them. I can tell you that you will cause every single candidate at least 10 percentage points, you know, in these upcoming elections. You are dragging everybody down. Why? Because you're not sincere. We will call it. No, we will call it. But like the member from Castro, he says, the member from Castro East reminds you. Shh, patience. Let me tell you, when the member from Miku South was Prime Minister, he had to go beyond 5 years. He had to go beyond 5 years. You know, you had to go beyond 5 years. You understand? Because you could not face the electorate. When we face the electorate, we'll be doing so as a proud government that know that it has delivered. And you know the second thing, you will go down too. You will go down too. You're telling us to call it? We know when to call it. We know exactly when to call it. Just wait and see. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want you to disregard the hypocritical theatrics of the leader of the opposition. He caused us, St. Lucia, to be where we are today with this. But we are committed to it. We will work to make it serve us in the best way possible. And I can say to you, his dream of destroying St. Lucia to become the king of the ashes will not succeed. The people of St. Lucia know that this government has delivered. And let me tell you, it's true, he did stop the infrastructure program. He did. That's hundreds of millions of dollars we could not spend to improve the lot of St. Lucians. You know, roads in Castro South, roads in other places, schools, and so much that could be done. He stopped it for true. He did stop it. Let's not deny that. He did hurt the country, but we were still able to carry this country on our shoulders and ensure there is growth. So, Mr. Speaker, I present, Mr. Speaker, the bill. Of course, we've Schedule 1, the agreement, and I ask this Honorable House to endorse it and approve it. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, the question is that the Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Agreement Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to give effect and to provide for the implementation of the agreement establishing the Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority and for related matters.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Clause 3.
Purpose.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Part 2, clauses 4 to 6.
Enforcement of the agreement.
Part 2, clauses 4 to 6 stands part of the bill. Part 3, clauses 7 to 22.
Offenses and penalties, including civil penalties.
Part 3, clauses 7 to 22 stands part of the bill. Part 4, clauses 23 and 24.
Miscellaneous.
Part 4, clauses 23 and 24 stand part of the bill. Part 5, clauses 25 to 31.
Transitional arrangements.
Part 5, clauses 25 to 31 stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
Speaker, you have schedules.
Pardon?
You have schedule 1, 2, and 3.
Schedule 1.
Agreement establishing the Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority.
Schedule 1 stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
No. Schedule 2. Yeah, Schedule 2.
Do you have a Schedule 2?
Schedule 2 and Schedule 3.
Okay. Yes. The offenses, yes. Schedule 2.
Offenses in respect of which liability to conviction may be discharged by payment of an administrative fee. Estimated fine, sorry.
Schedule 2 stands part of the bill. Schedule 3.
Notice of opportunity to discharge liability.
Schedule 3 stands part of the bill. Now we go to Clause 1.
Short title and commencement.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I beg to report that the Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Agreement Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Minister for Tourism. The microphone.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a full time and pass.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Agreement Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put a question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority Agreement Act 2025.
Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Citizenship by Investment Amendment.
Citizenship by Investment Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of the standing order number 48-2 to enable this bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that standing order 48-2 be suspended to allow the minister to present this bill in all of its stages. And now put the question, as many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Citizenship by Investment Amendment. Mr. Speaker, in the previous bill, we highlighted the necessity for there to be some collective regional regulation of our various citizenship by investment programs. But Mr. Speaker, we've wanted for quite a while, even before the necessity for this regional regulator to be established, to restore some of the features of our citizenship by investment program. Mr. Speaker, you recall that the program was established at the beginning of 2016, and it contains certain features that we thought was necessary to have a program that was highly regulated, very exclusive, and one which was focused on achieving some specific national developmental objectives. In June of 2016, the government changed, and the leader of the opposition was then the Prime Minister, and made a number of changes to the program, Mr. Speaker. And as such, we have always opposed as a party, and certainly when we got back into government, that those changes we thought were not, Mr. Speaker, in the best interest of St. Lucia. And earlier this year, we announced and informed many of our stakeholders and partners that we were going to reinstate some of those features, Mr. Speaker. And I want to go through, Mr. Speaker, some of those features that we are bringing back into the bill. Some of them, Mr. Speaker, are consistent and aligned with what the regional regulator is proposing to do. So number one, Mr. Speaker, we want to return an annual quota on applications. In the first iteration of the citizenship by investment legislation, we had a quota of 500 annually. Of course, you would have heard in the previous debate, Mr. Speaker, that the regional regulatory body will engage in an exercise to determine the number that each country shall be allowed to have as a quota. We believe, Mr. Speaker, that that quota is a ceiling, is a maximum, but we fully retain the right for us to have less than what is determined as St. Lucia's quota. And I just want to repeat it. The regional agreement provides for an assessment to be done, and the wording is very specific, that they will determine for each island, based on international conditions, your national development objectives, whatever, what your quota is. We want to have the right to say we shall have less than this if we do not think we need to have such a high quota. So we will provide in our legislation for us to have our quota. Mr. Speaker, the regional regulatory authority does not have the need for net worth requirements. It does not have a net worth requirement. But we are going to propose in our amendments to bring back the net worth requirement that we had in 2016. Because we believe by doing so, we can target specific high net worth individuals to be part of our citizenship by investment program. The free-for-all basement sale that was introduced by the leader of the opposition, we want to get out of that scenario, Mr. Speaker, and therefore in the regulations when they are announced, we will be bringing back a minimum net worth. And like I said, the regional regulatory authority does not provide for that, but we think that it is necessary. The changes to the change of name policy, of course, the regional regulatory agreement provides for a change of name, because there is a concern that persons get citizenship, then they change their name, and Mr. Speaker, there are requirements. So what we're going to propose in our local legislation is consistent with the regional regulatory authority, but we have been a little more stringent than they are, because we believe what they are asking for should be the minimum standard, but we are fully entitled to be a little more robust in what we ask for. Mr. Speaker, one of the major features for us, Mr. Speaker, and I want to speak to it briefly, Mr. Speaker. As it is in all the islands that provide real estate options for citizenship, a developer comes and says that they want to build a resort or hotel, whatever. and there is a negotiation, a discussion, and they would be granted a certain number of shares, which equivalent to applications. They will then go out in the market and raise the monies. It might be a percentage of their development costs. Now, development costs would be construction costs, marketing and promotional expenses, and other, consultancy expenses, whatnot. So you could very well have a property, a development, that the construction cost is 200 million, but the total development cost might be 300 million. Might be 300 million, because they've included the cost of commissions to their agents, they've included the cost of marketing and promotion, they've included the costs, for other consultancies. And therefore, they now want shares or applications that are equivalent to their gross development costs. Now, what that allows is that the developer can go out there, start raising financing through the sale of shares to applicants. And yes, your escrow is supposed to ensure they draw down money consonant with the progress on building the property. But there are too many examples in the Caribbean, and in the case of one example, in the case of St. Lucia, where you don't see the alignment between the two. So therefore, you can have a situation that has happened in other countries where a developer has collected significant amount of monies, but there's nothing to really show for it. And you're also hearing that there's so much high commissions being paid. And I believe, and I've said so in almost all the gatherings I've been to, internationally, regionally, that the real crux of the problem that we face, crux of the matter, is the high commissions that are paid. Because the high commissions that are paid allows for rebates to be offered and all kinds of, price, adjustments to take place. We're going to change the approach. We're not going to offer real estate off plan. A developer now has to build the hotel or whatever resort development, and only then persons who buy shares in that property can qualify for citizenship. So there is no more, from our proposal, allowing anyone to collect monies and raise financing before the property is built. So you're going to raise your monies, build it, and when somebody invests in it or buy a villa or buy an apartment, only then can they qualify for citizenship. So there won't be a lot of those issues that we already have now. And this is going to be a fundamental change in how we move forward with our program. Mr. Speaker, you will also see there will be a number of other changes in the legislation that we propose. The definition of qualifying dependent will be expanded, and St. Lucia is going to be consistent with the other territories because we are a little misaligned with some of the other countries. So we want to be more aligned with the other countries, so we've redefined, and this you will see in the amendment of Section 2, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the amendment of Section 5 is important. As it is now, the constitution of the board is very particular. One of the requirements is that you're supposed to have at least 2 lawyers with at least 10 years experience. We're going to remove this, and under the amendment of Section 5, so Section 5.2 of the Principal Act is amended by removing that requirement that 2 of the board members must be lawyers with 10 years experience, and it's provided that 2 persons with experiences and qualifications in marketing, finance, compliance, international relations, or any other area determined by cabinet will replace that provision that exists now. Mr. Speaker, the powers of the board is being expanded, Mr. Speaker, because it is felt that it does not clearly state what exists now, what are the full ambit of the powers of the board, and you will see, Mr. Speaker, it clearly spells out what are the powers of the board, including the ability to co-opt a person to advise or assist on a subject matter at a particular board meeting, Mr. Speaker. It gives the board the capacity to sign, Mr. Speaker, to enter into agreements with real estate and enterprise projects, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've introduced a new section, Mr. Speaker, that deals with allocation to the Sovereign Wealth Fund. And this one is important. Earlier this year, Mr. Speaker, we passed legislation to establish a sovereign wealth fund in St. Lucia. And we're now going to put in the CIP legislation that no less than 10% and no more than 25% of any balance left at the end of the financial year resulting from the activities carried on by the unit shall be paid to the credit of the Sovereign Wealth Fund. So we are going to start, So, Mr. Speaker, despite the threat that they're going to take us to court for the Sovereign Wealth Fund, as proclaimed by the Leader of the Opposition, we are starting to finance the Sovereign Wealth Fund and to ensure that it can build its reserves, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you will see the residency and genuine link requirements. Again, that's already in the regional regulatory provisions, Mr. Speaker. Again, we provide for it in our legislation, Mr. Speaker, because we believe that it is an important aspect of our CIP. Mr. Speaker, what else have I left out? But, Mr. Speaker, I think I have basically covered most of the major amendments that we are proposing, Mr. Speaker. But all of what we're doing today, Mr. Speaker, is to try to strengthen the integrity of our CIP, even beyond what the regional regulatory agreement is providing for. We believe on our own we can go even beyond what they are proposing, Mr. Speaker. Yes, there might be some concerns as to whether they will not have overreach. But we believe that you need to have a well-regulated and robust citizen by investment program, Mr. Speaker. We believe that. And we also believe that our program must be an exclusive program. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I'm really proud of the fact, Mr. Speaker, that some of the items that they now want to do, annual quota, having integration of new applicants, these are things we had in 2016, Mr. Speaker. And even now, we are bringing back the net worth. They've not even agreed to that at the regional level. But we believe we'll go beyond what they are asking for, Mr. Speaker. And for us to have a very well-regulated and robust program, Mr. Speaker. Of course, Mr. Speaker, we trust that the people of St. Lucia will make the right decision. And there will not be a removal again of what's there if what should come to happen, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I commend to this Honourable House these changes to the citizenship by investment legislation, and I ask for your concurrence. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, the question is that the Citizenship by Investment Amendment Bill be read a second time. Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, sometimes I come to this house, Mr. Speaker, and I listen to some of the blame game when grown men can't even accept responsibility for their own actions. I speak to all of you, because whether all of you all like it or not, all of you all have sat in cabinet. All the members right here, all the members of government who sit in cabinet and choose either not to want to understand what the Minister of CIP has been doing, or whether you actually agree with what he's doing. When I hear, Mr. Speaker, that all of a sudden the previous bill and this bill that we're going through now, that this one person takes responsibility, full responsibility. I am the person accountable for all of these things. Wow. And here the justification was the last statement. We wanted to make these amendments for the last 4 years, but we didn't. That's what he said. So he said, wanted to make these amendments. And that before this, what you call it, regulator came in, that you wanted to do them before. Mr. Speaker, this government has found themselves in the bind that they have. And don't take my words. because I know that they don't accept my words. Take the words of Prime Minister Ralph Gonsalves. He's the one who said all of you all are corrupt. He's the one who said it was a race to the bottom. And he said the reason why that y'all would not adhere to the recommendations that have been made for the last 4 years, Mr. Speaker, is because the money was too good. Not my words. That's him. And him in admonishing the opposition for wanting to go into CIP and warning them about the hornet's nest that they would be finding and broiling themselves. Not me. Not me. So all of a sudden, when questions are being asked as to how it is being managed, all of a sudden, it's the actions that we took and the amendments that we made. Intellectually dishonest, Mr. Speaker. That's all I can say. But there's no running away from what the facts are, Mr. Speaker, as to why we have found ourselves in the quandary, the difficulties that we have today. It is because of the unanswered questions and the things in which have been undertaken, and that there are no logical answers. And the worst part, Mr. Speaker, is that this government was complicit in hiding that information and did everything that they could not to say the right things. And when I hear the member from Castries South talking about DSH, completely contradictory, conflicting story from the member from Castries Central, who spoke of a framework agreement. And yes, a framework agreement is approval in principle. It's to say to the developer, if you come in and you commit the things you're doing, the government does not have a difficulty in going in these directions. But itself is not binding. And the fact is that the member from Castries South is 100% correct. They put in an application, as they were required to do, for each different investment they had for CIP. Not a carte blanche approval. And he went and he got his approvals. And in fact, it was approved as a hotel development. But what the member does not want to tell you, that's where it is intellectually dishonest, because I would have expected, well, I shouldn't expect that. Because he has his song that he has to sing, and that the culprit of all of this is Alan Chastney. But the reality is he knows what the truth is. He knows that while it was an approved CIP project, the escrow account had never been approved, and the ability to go out and sell the CIP passports, the last step, had not been approved, and that no CIP, no, I'm talking
remember, it's been a long, member from Mico South, it's been a long day, and I don't intend to allow you to stray from the bill that is before us. What you're speaking about here has absolutely nothing to do with the bill. The comments you're making about the member for Castries South related to the previous bill. He made no such comments on this bill. Please stick to the bill. It's been a very long day.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me help you. Because the fact is that this is a continuation of the first bill. Because the first bill was a regulatory agency, and we've now come to amend the CIP Act so it can conform to the...
Member, don't try my patience. It's been a long day. Stick to the bill the member just presented.
Oh, Mr. Speaker. Oh, Mr. Speaker. Do you remember, Mr. Speaker, when the member from Castries South is the Minister of CIP, when the countries were being asked to sign this MOA all the way back in January, and that 4 of the countries signed it in March, and St. Lucia refused to sign it? And he said the reason why he refused to sign it because it was St. Lucia's turn. Everybody else had benefited from the lower prices. It was St. Lucia's turn to benefit. And they did not sign the agreement until July. And my court case came almost a year afterwards, Mr. Speaker. And in the court case...
Remember again, what is the relevance to this bill?
Get to the point, Mr. Speaker.
But you've taken a very long time to get there.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. We've had a long day. Okay, Mr. Speaker, I have 1 hour to speak, Mr. Speaker.
I have 1 hour to be relevant, not to speak.
But I'm speaking on the issue, Mr. Speaker.
No, let's get it correct. You have 1 hour to be relevant, because I will cut you off at 5 minutes if you're not relevant.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wouldn't expect anything less from you, Mr. Speaker. I know. The integrity and the honesty and the objectiveness of the Speaker. Love it. You know, Mr. Speaker, so they didn't sign the MOU until July. That there were changes that could have been made long ago that they didn't make. You were dissatisfied that we did what, Mr. Speaker? Lowered the price, so that's why you now have a change? That's why we're all being forced to conform, to do something that the member from Vieux-Fort South said was egregious. I agree with him. I've said it. For us to have to sign this agreement is a reflection on us, not them, because we could not stand up to them. So what was the problem, Mr. Speaker? So he wants to make name changes. They've been saying that forever. It's been a problem. But you see, the market didn't want that. And so we're now forced to come to the House today to make the changes so that people cannot make name changes, with exceptions. Annual quota. Yeah, you had 500. As I said, in my 5 years, we approved 800. 500 was for per year. They didn't come close to meeting the quota. Okay, Mr. Speaker? So we still don't know what the quota is going to be. So, Mr. Speaker, the one that really concerns me here today is the elephant in the room that my colleague was making reference to. Is when we look at the agreements that were entered into with Galaxy and with BMAX. I mean, it's still beyond me, Mr. Speaker, how a company like BMAX, that was identified as a criminal agency, was able to get through, that we signed a contract, we're proceeding with it, and even when information came out that the individual had been arrested, there was still a defense of the whole thing, Mr. Speaker. Up until September, the government was still defending BMAX, Mr. Speaker. And when we look at the BMAX agreement, Mr. Speaker, it's very important because it says that a successful applicant means an applicant whose application for citizenship has been granted and the unit has received both their fully qualified investment into the St. Lucia National Economic Fund. Fantastic. So in essence, what it said, when BMAX sold the citizenship, the money had to be deposited into the CIP unit and into the economic fund. I applaud that. I don't applaud the due diligence that was done on BMAX. That agreement, Mr. Speaker, was signed in November, the 3rd of November, 2023. 2 months later, Mr. Speaker, the same board that we're going to give more power to now, we're going to give them more power, signed an agreement, Mr. Speaker, the 12th of January. A successful applicant means an applicant whose application for citizenship has been granted and the unit has received the administrative fees. I want to make people understand that. The administrative fees, the $30,000. The $100,000 comes later in the contract, Mr. Speaker, where it says that Caribbean Galaxy will not be required to hold any funds paid in respect of the application in escrow, nor be required to hold any monies representing the agreed construction cost in the escrow. You want to know what brought us to this point, Mr. Speaker? It's the inconsistencies. Okay? You want to talk about, we don't even have to worry about where the escrow account is because on this instance.
On a point of order, he's still asking what brought us to this point. This was the previous debate, Mr. Speaker. Now, I don't want to go and contest him on some of what he's saying there. It's been a long day. It's a long day. You understand, Mr. Speaker? Because he's quoting one part of the agreement, he's going saying the other things at the back. Our laws are very clear. For you to qualify for citizenship, you must pay the minimum investment amount. If it is real estate, in case of Galaxy, and I don't want to read the escrow agreement that you signed with Galaxy.
Please do.
I don't want to do this.
Please do.
But it says you must deposit the minimum investment amount. We must have evidence that the minimum investment amount was paid. Only then the board can approve citizenship. You are misleading the House. But, Mr. Speaker, this is not even relevant.
But that's what I was about to ask you. You're going on the same path, answering to something that's not permissible in the debate we are under. And I again ask the Leader of the Opposition to stick to the bill. I don't understand the relevance of BMAX to the changes being made here.
Mr. Speaker, in the bill itself, under the powers of the board, correct?
Which bill?
The one we're debating.
Where are the powers of the board? You quote the section.
Powers of the board, section 8.
Yeah, and what does it have to do with the BMAX bill?
Because what it's doing is offering to give the board more authority to sign these contracts. And here it is that we have contracts, exactly what the minister just said, that are in conflict with our own laws. How is that possible? How we could be giving an approval for citizenship without the $100,000 being deposited?
Remember, I'm so
not
confused.
even going to get into, Mr. Speaker.
Remember, I'm so confused by what you're saying. I'll allow you to proceed.
Fair enough, Mr. Speaker. I want to know how is it we're going to come to make an amendment to give the board more authority when we've seen that historically that they have approved contracts that are in contravention of our own laws, exactly what the minister said. How you can give an a successful applicant means an applicant whose application for citizenship has been granted and the unit has received the administrative fees. Unlike, what? Of course. But the other one says that the administrative fees that have been deposited and also the Mr. Speaker, let me read it for him, Mr. Speaker. He wants to think he's confused. In BMAX, a means an applicant whose application for citizenship has been granted and the unit has received both their fully qualifying investment in the National Council and also their oath of allegiance and their administrative fees. Completely different. That's what it says, Mr. Speaker. You want it? Okay. So how is it we have an entity that did not exercise its authority properly and we're now going to give it more authority, Mr. Speaker? And we want to know why we're coming here to make all of these different amendments, Mr. Speaker. We're coming here, Mr. Speaker, because we're not even going to get into, Mr. Speaker, who would make a decision to give them 6,000 files with a value of $600 million. They didn't have to build anything. $600 million. That's in the contract. And all we're getting is $100 million. And like what the minister said, I like that idea. I know that Aliyah would be very happy. And here we have a great example of a person who's going to be building a hotel and coming into CIP afterwards. Fantastic. But previously, they didn't have to build anything with the $100 million. But they're going to get $100 million. We give the state $100 million, and in exchange, we're going to give them $600 million of files. And we want to know, Mr. Speaker, why we're coming here to make these changes. Mr. Speaker, of course the member knows that we have had concerns with regards to the Sovereign Wealth Fund. So instead of now taking the money that would have gone into the Economic Fund, and let's understand the Economic Fund, Mr. Speaker, it is this government that when they came into government, the first thing that they did is amended the Economic Fund to allow any project approved by Cabinet. So in essence, the board became redundant, because in essence, Cabinet was making the decision. That Economic Fund had money in it. Every year, that Economic Fund was supposed to do an audit. Never happened. Nobody knows where the money is. They don't know how much money was spent. Nothing, Mr. Speaker. And now we're going to put the money into a Sovereign Wealth Fund. And we passed the Sovereign Wealth Fund here. And let's remember, every single position and the Sovereign Wealth Fund was approved by the same person, by the minister. The minister gets to approve the board, the minister gets to approve the investment guy, the minister gets to approve who the auditor is. Everybody's approved by the minister. And including the minister gets to decide what the things are. Why do we even have the board? Why do we have any of those persons? Why don't we just say, give it to the minister? Okay? All right, Mr. Speaker? Can you tell me? Why? And we want to come and make these kind of amendments here and think and want to convince the people of St. Lucia we're heading in the right direction? I'm disgusted that we've had to sign the agreement that we did with the regulator. I am. But the fact is, I am. No. But I understand why it's happened. And I can tell you, unlike what the members on the other side want to say, that it's me who did it. I think you all need to look yourselves in the mirror because you're all the ones who've been here for 4.5 years. I've not been in government. Whatever you thought I was doing wrong, you all could have made the amendments. You didn't make the amendments. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it is very sad that this government does not even want to acknowledge the mismanagement that they've had. The simple thing of having to produce an annual report, not even that we've been able to do. An audit of the escrow account, the member wants to come and talk about, well, we've had a problem because we have to make sure that the drawdowns on the escrow account are matching the development. He provided the evidence that the cost of the hotel project at Galaxy went from $300,000 to $700,000. He brought it up, Mr. Speaker. No, I'm not. He brought it up, Mr. Speaker. He brought about the management of the escrow account, and he used specifically Galaxy to say that we have a problem because there's not an...
When did he bring it up? On this bill?
On this bill.
Or the previous?
No, on this bill. On this bill was to justify the changes in the escrow account. So, Mr. Speaker, why is that necessary? It's simple. If you are managing the escrow account, you know how many citizenships you have approved, and you know what the drawdown for the hotel is, and you have a person on the ground who's doing an audit as to how much money has been spent. You're telling me after 5.5 years, you come and you present an audit to show that the hotel had spent $75 million in 5 years on the hotel. That's supposed to cost $750 million. And here it talks about the commissions. Remember, the commissions is the cause of the problem. Minister, it's not commissions, okay? It's illegal discounting, not commissions. And while you may want to convince everybody else out there that it's commissions and it's legal, it has been proven to be illegal. Because if you run the escrow account properly, Mr. Speaker, you know exactly how much money is coming in and how much money is going out. And that's the example I was giving. You want to make an amendment? Make it very clear. Anybody who's requiring citizenship and that's fine, please do. I mean, I'm just so tired of all the threats. Constantly do the same thing. Just put it out. Put it out. Who are you protecting? And you really want the people in St. Lucia to believe you have my best interest at heart, and that's why you're not saying it? Go and say it. Go and, oh, the reputation of St. Lucia. But, Mr. Speaker, all of my lifetime investments are in this country. My family's in this country. My only home is in this country.
Where?
I love St. Lucia. What do you mean where?
Where? You from this country?
Of course I am.
You say you're part of Canada?
I went to school in Canada. And you know, like many other St. Lucians who went to school either in America or I went to school in Canada, I spent my later years of high school in Canada, and I did 4 years of university. I spent 8 years of my life in Canada. Yes, I've been influenced by Canada. Okay, I embrace the democracy of Canada. I embrace the Constitution, and I love the fact that they are a Commonwealth country, and there's a lot for us to learn from. And I love the fact that I was in Quebec at the time when the constitutional changes were being made. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? I am St. Lucian. I have traveled, and I've always come home. My jobs were here at home. My investment is here at home, Mr. Speaker. I am 65 years of age now, Mr. Speaker. Where am I going? I have no other home. And that's, that's the point, Mr. Speaker. In order to try to justify your argument, you want to change the facts. Don't do that. Defend your own policies. Be men enough and defend your policies. You have mismanaged the CIP program, and you're coming here today and to try to convince us St. Lucians that it's coming out of some place of benevolence and some place about care and love for the country. Give me a break. The facts say differently. When we look at the contracts, we see what has transpired. 6,000 files at $200,000, $1.2 million, and you turn around, Mr. Speaker, and if that was not good enough, the administrative fee you paid to them as a bonus. So close to 1.4 billion US dollars in passports to build, they claim a $750 million hotel. And you're running the escrow account, and you don't know that they've drawn down, I don't know how much money, because we were supposed to be seeing that today. We're supposed to be seeing the audit. Where's the audit? How many passports have they now approved? We don't know. And we can't even ask you, because every time we ask you, you tell me, you don't know. You don't know. Where? No, that's from last year. Where's the one that's due to this year? Oh, coming. Oh, there we go. So it's only late. So late already. You'd have thought that if you really wanted to be transparent and accountable to the people of St. Lucia, you'd have been early. Where is it? And now all of a sudden, when the contracts come out, all of a sudden, all the things you were saying are contradicted. And so you want to come and tell me that you're making these amendments because you care? I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I don't see it that way at all. The evidence doesn't suggest that at all. The fact is that the persons that are responsible for where we are today is them, nobody else. You've had 4.5 years to correct whatever ills you thought I had. But I want to say, I'm very proud of the fact we matched prices, because Dominica was at 100,000 technically, but we now know that they were selling for less. We know St. Kitts was supposed to be selling at 250, and they weren't. We know that for a fact. We know that for a fact. We don't have to guess. It came out in the court case. For a fact that they were discounting. The court case with Martinez. Sure. In St. Kitts, there was a judicial review, and he presented 100. Sorry? No, I didn't. And you talk about joining in a lawsuit. The lawsuit wasn't against the government of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. The lawsuit was against the banks who processed the applications illegally. And that is where, again, my learned friend, a person I have a tremendous amount of respect, and we can disagree. Oh, sure. Always. No, me names? No. I've always had a respect for him, but we agree to disagree. And today was another example of agreeing to disagree. Absolutely agreeing to disagree, Mr. Speaker. The fact is that he's 100% right. In passing this legislation, we have harmonized the system, and why have we not gone the whole hog or get out of the business? But Mr. Speaker, I don't accept the arguments that the government has made about who's caused the problems. I don't buy for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker, and nor should anyone in St. Lucia buy for 1 minute that there's anything genuine in what was brought to the House today. You all were forced to bring this to the House, not because you wanted to. And left to you all would have continued to say nothing and not answer to the people of St. Lucia and not be accountable to the people of St. Lucia. And yes, the people of St. Lucia are going to have an opportunity to make their minds up as to who they believe. And I accept it either way. But I know the facts speak very loudly and very clearly, Mr. Speaker. The government has not been truthful to the people of St. Lucia. They have hidden the evidence and have refused to answer the questions. And these amendments that they're bringing here today, Mr. Speaker, are a result of bad management. And the person who spoke about the corruption in CIP is none other than Ralph Gonzalez. And you can go and hear the tape you want yourself, but I'm sure you all heard it. That's okay. That's okay. You see, You see how convenient it is? You see how convenient it is to change the subject, Mr. Speaker? One has nothing to do with the other. We're talking about CIP. What did he say about CIP? What he says about me, he said the same thing about Sir John. I'm in good company, unlike other people. Okay? Come on. What did he say? What did he call Sir John? Amamiku? You forget that? You forget when he came here and went on a platform, your platform, and called Sir John Amamiku? You forget that? You forget?
Mr. Speaker, I will let that go, Mr. Speaker. He was speaking about the opposition leader in St. Vincent, they call him that name, from a university. The guy's name is Armin Eustace. Armin Eustace was the guy that Ralph called a nickname, a university nickname, when they got doing Mona together. Ralph never called the former Prime Minister Manico. That's not true. That's not true, Mr. Speaker. And these are the things that's not true. It was Armin Gustav.
And Eustace, yeah. Remember, whatever Ralph Gonzalez says, last time I checked, he was not a member of the 17-member House. So Ralph Gonzalez can say what he wants, call whoever name he wants. It has nothing to do with me. He's not a member of this House, and I have no jurisdiction over Ralph Gonzalez. So you can quote Ralph Gonzalez from now until next year. It's absolutely irrelevant to me.
No problem, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad you've taken that position. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to end on this point, Mr. Speaker. That the CIP can be very useful to the country, and sadly it was mismanaged, Mr. Speaker, and as a result of its mismanagement and the lack of accountability and transparency, we have found ourselves in this very complicated situation, Mr. Speaker. And unfortunately now, we have to deal with a piece of legislation and a regulator. And, you know, the member from Vieux-Fort South put a lot of pressure on the central bank. The central bank is not really overly involved in this. I believe that they get to nominate somebody on the council, and so does each country. I think there's almost 20 people on the council, if I counted correctly, of which the central bank has one. But the central bank's involvement in this situation, Mr. Speaker, arises out of the fact that if there is an illegal activity taking place, it means the money that's involved becomes an issue of AML. Okay, it is fraud. And once that money goes through the banking system, it has an impact on the correspondent banks, of which the central bank does have a very vested interest in. The issues that the member from Vieux-Fort South talk about, you know, he was on the board of the ECCB for 15 years. I don't know why he didn't get them resolved then. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, is I will support the amendments that are being made, but what I will not support is why they've been brought to the table. I don't believe there's any goodwill by the government in bringing them here. I believe the government was forced to bring them here. And I remain concerned, because if that becomes the prevailing attitude, that we're going to have difficulties in moving forward. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. I thank you for your leeway in allowing me to speak. And I hope that St. Lucians will take the time to go and read the contracts for themselves and make the determination for themselves before the elections as to who is telling the truth and who is managing this thing properly. But this idea of bringing Invader's song back here, Alan do this and Alan do that, applies to the good things we're doing, not what you've tried to assign to me today. You guys need to take full responsibility for the mismanagement of the CIP program, and the evidence is there to substantiate that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Ancillary Canneries.
Mr. Speaker, I sometimes wonder if the member for Miku South actually believes some of the things he's saying. And it's very worrying, Mr. Speaker, because he has this approach to ridiculing everything that's good for this country in an attempt, he believes, to secure political office. But he must remember that there will come a time when the Prime Minister will allow us the flexibility to say some of the things that we know, Mr. Speaker. It is not right, Mr. Speaker, that he's a former Prime Minister. You are a former Prime Minister. You have a greater responsibility than each and every one of us. You are a former Prime Minister. You are a former Prime Minister. And the only reason why, I'm coming to say what I have to say, because you said you only have one house, only in St. Lucia. The only reason, Mr. Speaker, you are able to say what you're saying there is because we've not been allowed to say what we know. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the CBI Amendment Act, and in particular, Mr. Speaker, the insertion of Section 1918, Mr. Speaker. The decision, Mr. Speaker, to channel not less than 10%, but not more than 25% of the earnings of the Citizenship by Investment Program after operational expenses directly into our nation's sovereign wealth fund is not merely an accounting decision, Mr. Speaker. It's a declaration of intent. This, Mr. Speaker, is more than a fiscal policy. It's a statement of vision, a declaration, Mr. Speaker, that St. Lucia will no longer live merely for today, but will plan and invest for generations to come. That St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, will not live for the short term, that we will build for tomorrow, invest for the future, and secure the destiny of generations unborn. For too long, Mr. Speaker, small island developing states like St. Lucia have been at the mercy of global tides, natural and economic, Mr. Speaker. Our economies rise and fall with the weather, with global fuel prices, with decisions made in distant lands. But through this act, Mr. Speaker, through this amendment, Mr. Speaker, through this discipline, Mr. Speaker, forward-looking policy, we begin to anchor ourselves on something sturdier than circumstance, foresight, prudence, and intergenerational equity. Mr. Speaker, this is a mark of a maturing nation, a nation that is shifting from merely consumption to conservation, from spending to saving, from short-term gratification to long-term security. By institutionalizing this contribution, Mr. Speaker, we are demonstrating discipline, accountability, and foresight, qualities that build credibility abroad and stability at home. Builds credibility abroad and stability at home. The only reason, Mr. Speaker, we keep getting those record investments is because independent agencies, when they rate St. Lucia and they see what we do, the facts are not what he presents, Mr. Speaker. All the researchers that are surrounding him, every single IMF report since we've been in government, since 2021, he did the budget of 2021, but 22 going forward, have spoken to the management of the economy by the member for cash resistance. It's not malarkey. It's not us just wasting our time. It's facts, Mr. Speaker, by independent agencies. The last time he went to Washington, Mr. Speaker, he tried to get an audience with the World Bank, but he forgot, Mr. Speaker, those functions are for government officials. He was granted an audience for lunch, but he was not able to do anything more than that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let the record, Mr. Speaker, let it be recorded, Mr. Speaker, that this government chose to invest, Mr. Speaker, not indulge, to secure, not squander, to prepare, not postpone. This is how small countries, Mr. Speaker, do big things. This is how we safeguard the future while managing the present. This policy, Mr. Speaker, carries special meaning for coastal communities, which I represent, the heart and soul of our tourism and fishery sectors. And I know the member of Labrie likes to boast that Labrie is the capital of the tourism mecca. But I had a word with him earlier and said to him, he only comes, if he looks at the map, depends on where you're coming from, ancillary canneries is before Labrie. It means, Mr. Speaker, when climate shocks come, and they will come, we have the financial buffer to build, to restore, to resist. For the young people of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, and this is very important to them, this is a covenant of confidence. It says to them that we are thinking of you. We are ensuring that when the revenues from finite programs like the CBI begin to taper, that we will still have funds to invest in education, technology, innovation, and job creation. The Sovereign Wealth Fund, Mr. Speaker, becomes the youth's inheritance, a bridge between the opportunities of today and the promise of tomorrow. It will fund green enterprises, support startups, and give young St. Lucians even more access to capital and mentorship, as we're doing now with the youth economy, Mr. Speaker. It is not charity, it is empowerment. It is giving our youth a stake in the nation's long-term prosperity. For the country, Mr. Speaker, as a whole, this policy marks a shift from consumption to conservation, from dependence to discipline. And by investing, Mr. Speaker, contributing this amount to the sovereign welfare, Mr. Speaker, we are telling the world that St. Lucia intends to manage its resources with integrity, accountability, and vision. We are saying that our national wealth will not be squandered on short-term gratification, not boxing in paradise, but multiplied through long-term investment. We are building reserves that can stabilize and protect our economy during downturn and finance strategic development without excessive borrowing. Mr. Speaker, this is the genius of the Member of Parliament for cash resist. That even a small island, even with limited resources, we can demonstrate big thinking. We can act not just as administrators of the present, but as architects of the future. Let history record, Mr. Speaker, that this government made a decision not to merely spend, but to save, not merely to grow, but to sustain, not merely to profit, but to protect. Mr. Speaker, in years to come, when our children ask us what did we do with the opportunities placed before us, we will be able to answer proudly, Mr. Speaker. We built a foundation for you. We invested in your security. We believed in your future. Mr. Speaker, this is the decision, the genius of this decision, not just for today, but for tomorrow. We can ensure that the next generation inherits not just challenges, but choices. Mr. Speaker, very shortly, Mr. Speaker, could be in a year's time, we are going to go back and ask the people of St. Lucia for an opportunity again. As for me in ancillary canneries, Mr. Speaker, I have every confidence that they will not make the wrong decision. They will stay with the St. Lucia Labour Party. And here's the reason, Mr. Speaker, here is the reason. When you travel the constituency, Mr. Speaker, just look around, speak to people, listen to them. You get a sense, Mr. Speaker, that there is hope, there is dignity, and they now begin to believe in themselves. When they apply for jobs, Mr. Speaker, they no longer put the address of the auntie in Cicero, or the auntie in Leclerc, or the auntie in Grosley. They use the address of ancillary canneries. And that's a significant difference, Mr. Speaker. Because when I came in 2021, they were ashamed. They were doing applications and not putting the address on it. But when you ask, why are you not putting your address on your application? It's because, you know, they have a particular view of ancillary canneries. Ancillary canneries, Mr. Speaker, is not poor. Ancillary canneries is not deprived of opportunity. Ancillary canneries will return the St. Lucia Labour Party to this Parliament, Mr. Speaker. And with all the ukudis, all the attacks of Kenny Anthony, if your godson is saying to you that I am a Labour, I am red, Mr. Speaker, I have nothing else to say, Mr. Speaker. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister for Tourism.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's been a long day, Mr. Speaker, so I won't take very long. Probably just want to make 2 points, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition, although he did not address the fundamental issues of the amendment, Mr. Speaker, seemed to be suggesting that there is an attempt on withholding the annual reports and nobody has information. I just want for the record, Mr. Speaker, that the only outstanding report is for 2024-2025. It's for the financial year that ended in March this year. The legislation provides for the unit to submit to the minister 3 months after the ending of the financial year, which would be up to June 2025. And for the minister to have 3 months to lay the annual report and financial statements before the House, which means it should be laid by the ending of October, according to legislation. I know, and I've been in touch with the unit, that the annual report is basically ready and they're waiting for some final details on the financial statement to be signed off by the auditors so we can table it in Parliament, and hopefully by the next sitting of Parliament it would be tabled, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, I think every minister in here, every elected member in here, and just about anybody in Central would know, statutory boards are never exactly on time in submitting annual reports. Sometimes you have to wait up to 3-4 years, in some instances a couple of months at best, before annual reports are submitted. And every attempt has been made, Mr. Speaker, but the CIP unit right now has a huge backlog, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the report from 23-24 has been tabled in this House. It provides for the number of applications received. It provides for how many approvals were given, Mr. Speaker. It provides for how much money was earned, Mr. Speaker. All the details are there. And to seem to give the suggestion that reports are not submitted on time, and therefore that is why we need to have a regional regulator, is really misleading, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the honourable member attempted to quote from 2 agreements and to show that the 2 agreements define applicant differently, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, seeming to suggest as if, you know, the contracts that were signed with this and that. I did not want to do it, Mr. Speaker, but I want to share with you. The escrow account that was approved under the honourable member when he was Minister for CIP, the escrow account. And when he asked where the money gone and how we cannot account for the money, I mean, I really did not want to do this, because you want to have a reputation as a jurisdiction that observe, you know, a certain decorum and how you treat investors, how you treat developers, and you don't want to put out everybody's corporate business out in the open. But for the purposes, Mr. Speaker, of St. Lucians who would have listened to him and maybe believe that maybe we might have been lax in how we've managed the relationship with the developer, I want you to hear, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to read a portion of it for you to have a sense of what he did, Mr. Speaker. And we've been struggling to clean up that mess that he created, Mr. Speaker. So let me just read, Mr. Speaker. So the purchaser or the vendor, if the purchaser has remitted the funds to the vendor, shall deposit by wire transfer or check the funds payable in United States currency into the escrow accounts. The escrow agent is authorized to place all or a portion of the funds in one or more accounts selected by the developer. Let me read that again. The escrow agent is authorized to place all or a portion of the funds in one or more accounts selected by the developer and approved by the escrow agent, provided that the funds shall at all times remain under the exclusive control of the escrow agent, subject to disbursements in accordance with this escrow agreement. Of course, the escrow agent is the person who is appointed to make sure the right amounts are deposited and to make sure that the disbursements are in accordance with the agreement. So the escrow agent is like the oversight to make sure that the account is managed properly. But here what they agreed to the developer. The escrow agent was authorized to disburse payments from the escrow account as follows. A. Upon the completion date of building the foundation of the project, 20%. So once they build the foundation, they can withdraw 20%. Upon the completion of the top roof of the buildings of the project, 10%. Upon receipt of the certification of registration of the purchaser, together with proof that the purchaser has been approved for citizenship, 50%. Upon 10% of the escrow fund on the date that the purchaser receives the passport, and any amounts, if any, remaining in the escrow account after the funds have been disbursed shall be payable to the developer within 7 working days of the termination of this agreement. The escrow account essentially provides for the developer to receive 90% of the funds from the escrow account once the foundations were up and a passport had been issued to the investor. The remaining 10% would be issued once roofs are up and the balance on termination of the agreement. So once they had done the foundations and the person had gotten citizenship, the developer could have withdrawn 90% of the money. That had no link to any other thing. Once somebody had received their citizenship, their passport, and the foundation work was completed, 90% of the money could have been taken away. And you know what was sad about it? We couldn't even find this escrow agreement. We couldn't even find it. Mr. Speaker, the member from Miku South is the greatest political fraud we've ever had in this country. Seriously. Seriously. Mr. Speaker, we don't want to do this. We've set standards in terms of how we deal with investors and investment in this country. But when they push you to the limit, sometimes you have to really expose it for what it is. Wow. Mr. Speaker. And you heard him admitted that they had approved Alpina Hotel at DSH. They also negotiated an escrow account with them. And the fact is we still cannot even get all the documents associated with this. But Mr. Speaker, we'll move on. And like I've said, you know, Mr. Speaker, this member, he'll come here and pretend that we mismanaged and he's done everything right. Sometimes you forget that he was Prime Minister, he was Minister of Finance. He forgot where he left this country. He forgot the things we did. I went through 8 acts of his to show how he mismanaged and what he did. But he's totally oblivious to this. But Mr. Speaker, I believe the amendments will strengthen our program. It will enhance the functioning of the program. And again, I'll be the first one to tell you, it's difficult times. Lucia has gotten, and I will admit, a battering from the actions of the leader of the opposition. But we will rise again, and we will be the better for the changes that we are proposing, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, the question is that the Citizenship by Investment Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Citizenship by Investment Act, Cap 1.20.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 3.
Amendment of Section 2.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 4.
Amendment of Section 5.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 5.
Substitution of Section 8.
Clause 5 stands part of the bill. Clause 6.
Insertion of new Section 19A.
Clause 6 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 7.
Amendment of Section 30.
Clause 7 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 8.
Insertion of new Section 30A.
Clause 8 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 9.
Amendment of Section 36.
Clause 9 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 10.
Insertion of new Section 36A.
Clause 10 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 11.
Amendment of Principal Act.
Clause 11 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Aye. Honorable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I beg to report that the Citizenship by Investment Amendment Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Minister for Tourism, sorry.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and pass.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Citizenship by Investment Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Citizenship by Investment Amendment Act 2025.
Minister for the Public Service.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for the first reading a bill shortly entitled Pensions Amendment.
Pensions Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of Standing Order number 48-2 to enable this bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Minister of the Public Service to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put a question. As many as of this opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed, member.
Mr. Speaker, bonsoir. Tout le monde a qu'à dormir. Mais nous, en house là, nous avons clairé. Nous, en cas de site, nous avons parlé pour nous prendre quelles affaires toutes gens cette lycéen. Tout cette lycéen. And Mr. Speaker, I beg your leave just to briefly touch on a few points before I elaborate on this amendment to the pensions bill. I want to thank the chairperson of the Babono constituency group, Mrs. Marilyn Bain, and her committee, the FRC and Events St. Lucia, for a very successful Journée Creole in Fonasor Babono. I am pleased that when FRC approached me, that I felt Babono needed some energy, and we did get the energy. There were a number of activities leading up to the Journée Creole. Mr. Speaker, as we gather here this evening, I want us to keep Jamaica and our people in Jamaica and all Jamaicans in our prayers as they are going through some trials and tribulations at this moment. And I'm very confident that we, as a Caribbean, will come together to support our brothers and sisters in Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that the other side has disappeared, but I heard a member from Choiseul said the microphone on his side was not working, and he did not want to cross the floor. I was wondering how many times will he cross. I don't think he'll be able to cross back, because he was once on this side and now he has crossed, so he might have to stay right where he is. Mr. Speaker, I want to put this bill in context. In the context of, let me thank the Prime Minister and member for Castries East for giving me the opportunity to table this bill in this House. I don't think he expected it to be at this hour, but this bill has waited for so long that even though it's midnight or 1 in the morning, we have no choice, because there are so many people waiting for this bill. Mr. Speaker, I know myself as a person who has given a life of service locally, regionally, and internationally. And I have done that for decades, Mr. Speaker. This government is a government that puts people first. And even if we are here at this hour of the night, it's because we know the things that we do is for the people of St. Lucia. We have a leader who is determined to make life better for all St. Lucians. And we applaud him for his hard work, his leadership, and his ability to remain focused. And Mr. Speaker, we are part of an institution, an organization, a government that speaks to bread, justice, and freedom. And the amendment, the Pensions Amendment Bill, is in keeping with that mantra: bread, justice, and freedom. Mr. Speaker, when I hear persons on the other side speak about what is the government doing, or what are we doing with the money that we have, and there was a lot of discussion on the CIP earlier, and I can reassure all St. Lucians that this government is putting the people's money in the right places. The government is focused, has remained focused on human development. And I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, we are closing 1 month and we are getting into another month. And I can just alert you that the month of November will be a month of a lot of drama and excitement in St. Lucia. It will be one of the most exciting months where there will be a lot of drama on the ground. And I know, Mr. Speaker, because this is my month. Yes. And that month has always had a lot of drama. Yes, birthday party and a lot of things will happen in the month. And the month of November is a month where people will be going up and down all over St. Lucia, trying to secure something. And all the discussion that we had there earlier about CIP on the other side, I know that was part of the drama to secure something. But Mr. Speaker, as I speak here, I want to remind St. Lucians that this government has paid very close attention on touching the lives of people in St. Lucia. And my contribution in the ministry that I serve and in my constituency was to touch the lives of people. And there is one thing, Mr. Speaker, that touches me.
But
and I'm coming to the bill.
You are going to touch the bill too?
Yes, which is about the amendment, and that is why we have this amendment to touch the lives of people. And that is to create opportunities for security, to reassure persons of what is most important for them. And this amendment bill, Mr. Speaker, has been in the waiting pattern for about 28 years. And it is an amendment that hundreds of St. Lucians have been clamoring for. There are small steps that were taken, but tonight, at this hour, this government is going to take the bold step. This step, the Pensions Amendment Bill, Mr. Speaker, this Pension Act, Cap 1526, which was enacted on the first day of December in 1967, regulates pensions, gratuities, and other allowances to be granted in respect of officers held in the public service. Currently, a public officer who resigns from the public service on or after February 1st, 1997, after completing 10 years of pensionable service, but before reaching retirement age, is entitled to a contribution towards the pension. Mr. Speaker, the contribution payable is equivalent to 10% of the public officer's gross earnings from the years of pensionable service. This contribution is paid into the National Insurance Fund under the National Insurance Corporation Act, Cap 16.01. On behalf of the public officers, and is then disbursed to the public officer upon reaching 60 years of age. Following a review by the Department of the Public Service, it was noted that public officers in this category face a mandatory waiting period, as they cannot access this pension until they turn 60 years old. This waiting period can be considerable in some cases. Therefore, the Department of the Public Service proposes a more suitable approach that aligns with modern standards. This proposal suggests removing the requirement to contribute to the National Insurance Fund and instead allowing the contribution to be made directly to the public officer upon reaching 60 years of age after they have resigned from the public service. According to the proposed amendment of the Act, under the bill, the pension amount payable will be calculated at a rate of 10% of the public officer's total gross earnings earned during the years of pensionable service. Mr. Speaker, the bill currently before Parliament seeks to amend the Act to facilitate the direct payment of a pension to public officers who meet the outlined criteria. To this end, the Minister responsible for finance may take the necessary actions and implement measures required to ensure the pension is paid directly to the public officer in accordance with the amendments proposed in the bill. Parliament is invited to pass the Pensions Amendment Bill to strengthen the Pensions Act, Cap 15.26, and address the existing anomaly in the law, which will provide relief for many public officers. And Mr. Speaker, this amendment is in keeping with a number of initiatives this government has taken in supporting St. Lucians in general and also public officers. Mr. Speaker, you are fully aware that this government introduced minimum wage, and that was able to bring relief to a lot of people so that their take-home pay would be a lot better for them to take care of their families and their well-being. Mr. Speaker, this government has engaged in negotiations and paid millions of dollars to public officers so that they can have a decent living. And we also had adjustment to pension. Pensioners now are getting a better pension. And all these are because of initiatives taken by this government. This is a government that cares about people. This is a government that has reached out to the ordinary persons out there. And I know there are many of them, the Prime Minister and member for Castries East has promised them something special for the Christmas. So the money that the government collects, whether it's through CIP, whether it's taxpayers, government is putting it back in the hands of the people of St. Lucia to make life better. And with that, Mr. Speaker, those persons who resigned from the service, for how many years, they have been knocking on the doors of the government as to whether they will benefit from whatever contributions that they were entitled to. Because government, when you have pensionable years, if you leave the service, then you forgo these benefits. But out of the goodness of the heart of the Honorable Prime Minister and member for Castries East and the Cabinet of Ministers, we felt the time is right, it is long overdue, and let us put that matter to rest. And for this, Mr. Speaker, I present this bill to you.
Member, your microphone. Honourable members, the question is that the Pensions Amendment Bill be read a second time.
Mr. Speaker.
No,
That's Mr. Speaker.
Member for Castries East.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be very short, Mr. Speaker. I just want to put on the record, Mr. Speaker, that this payment started, in fact, it started a long time ago, but by Cabinet Conclusion number 85 of 2015, Mr. Speaker, in 2015, the Cabinet Conclusion of 2015, it agreed that the Attorney General will consult the Prime Minister on the implementation of Section 6, 7, 6, 8, and 6, 9 of the Pension Act. The then Prime Minister was the member for Beaufort South, Mr. Speaker. So what has happened? What has happened, Mr. Speaker, to end all this? The same Labour government in 2015, in 2025, calculated that there were 103 former public servants where employment status was recorded as pensionable and who resigned after a minimum of 10 years of service to the government of St. Lucia. The cost to the government, Mr. Speaker, which the pensioners will get, is $997,162.05, Mr. Speaker, that this government will pay the 103 former public officers, Mr. Speaker. And you heard about this economy is in chaos, Mr. Speaker. And later this week, later this month in November, I don't know if that's what the minister was talking about, we're going to pay pensioners another one-off bonus, Mr. Speaker, of $600 this month, Mr. Speaker, in November. Something we have given to them for 3 years. And he speaks about the economy in a mess. So we're going to be paying out, making available $1 million to 103 former public servants, Mr. Speaker, and these amendments came again from the Labour Party under the Pensions Act, or after the Labour Party decided, Mr. Speaker, that these people, by law, they ought to have been paid their pensions, Mr. Speaker. So I'm very proud, Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to be in a government that has decided that pensioners, people who have worked for the state, get their fair share in the development of this country, Mr. Speaker. And our record is clear, Mr. Speaker, very clear. Every sector, this Labour government is a government that deals with equity, Mr. Speaker, but essentially it's a government of the workers of St. Lucia, workers of all categories, Mr. Speaker. And that is why minimum wage, civil servants 13% increase, back pay owed and back pay paid, pensioners minimum pensions increase both at the NIC and at the government level, policemen 40% pay increase, increased allowances coming to back pay allowances coming to $3.3 million, Mr. Speaker, and now people who for years needed their 10% paid, now we're going to pay them $1 million, Mr. Speaker. And there are other people who have issues, Mr. Speaker, with their pensions and their bridging, and that is going to happen, Mr. Speaker, before long, Mr. Speaker. That is what we are about. We are about a government that deals for the workers of this country, and a government that deals in equity and inclusion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I commend the Minister of Labour for doing the Minister of Labour also has another big task to do, Mr. Speaker. She has a great task. She has a great task of putting together the nearly 1,500 part-time contract workers who this government will make permanent very shortly, Mr. Speaker. That is the legacy. That's the legacy of this government. A legacy that they can't fight. And that is why they want to destroy that legacy. Try to destroy it with propaganda and lies, Mr. Speaker. Our record is clear. Our record is clear. And we are going to win this election with our record, Mr. Speaker, our record. What we've done for the people of this country. Show what you've done. Put your slate up and let's put ours up. And let's compare. And you'll see who has done best, who has done more, who has managed the better economy, and from whom the people have benefited the most, Mr. Speaker. I commend it, and I want to say to the scores, the hundreds of 10%ers who waited for this glorious day, this government is going to deliver to them their just due, because they gave service to the people of St. Lucia. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Library.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Like the Prime Minister and member for Castries East, I shall be extremely brief, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give support to the Pension Amendment Bill 2025. But before I do, Mr. Speaker, please grant me leave to make a correction to a figure that I inadvertently introduced earlier for cruise ship passengers. The figure was actually 723,509 and not 850,000 as indicated, Mr. Speaker. Having said so, the bill seeks to correct a long-standing issue of fairness affecting a group of public officers who served the state diligently for at least 10 years, but who, due to ambiguity in the law, were unable to receive the pension benefit to which they were legally entitled. And of course, despite the fact that it is late, Mr. Speaker, I think we are delivering bread, justice, and freedom at this juncture in time. And it does not matter what time it is or what day it is, Mr. Speaker. This Labour Party government, this party of Sir George F.L. Charles, will continue to improve the conditions for our workers in this country. Mr. Speaker, as honorable members will be aware, both the Pensions Act 15.26 and the National Insurance Cooperation Act, NIC Act, make provisions for the payment of pension benefits to public officers. However, Mr. Speaker, although that entitlement was clearly established in law, the absence of on how the benefit should be implemented resulted in decades of administrative uncertainty. As a result, many deserving individuals who had served this country with distinction, some of whom retired as far back as the late 1990s, were unable to access the benefit that Parliament had intended for them. This amendment bill, therefore, provides the clarity necessary to give full effect to those provisions and to finally settle this long outstanding matter. Mr. Speaker, the Pensions Amendment Bill introduces a single but important change to Section 6 as accentuated by the Prime Minister. And I'm very happy that the amendment made provisions for, it restates the entitlement, clarifies the timing of payments, applies the entitlement retroactively, Mr. Speaker, and empowers the Minister for Finance in this regard. So, Mr. Speaker, these simple but critical clarifications now remove the ambiguity. And of course, we are very pleased, Mr. Speaker, to indicate very clearly to this Honorable House that the underlying principle of this amendment is equity. For too long, there has been an unresolved question concerning public officers who gave a decade or more of dedicated service, but who, because they resigned before retirement age, receive no recognition of that contribution. The government believes it is both just and proper to honor the service of these individuals. And Mr. Speaker, they represent teachers, nurses, clerical staff, technical officers, and other public servants who, though they may have pursued different career paths thereafter, help to build the foundations of our modern public service. This amendment ensures that the spirit of the law to provide a minimum pension benefit after 10 years of service is now finally operationalized. Mr. Speaker, following the passage of this bill, it is expected that the Ministry of Finance and the Department of the Public Service will put in place the necessary administrative mechanisms to identify all eligible officers and process payments accordingly. I therefore conclude at this juncture, Mr. Speaker, by re-emphasizing the importance of this bill. And that is, Mr. Speaker, fairness, recognition, and responsibility. It ensures that the state fulfills a promise made long ago to its public servants, a promise enshrined in law but left unimplemented due to a lack of clarity. By passing this bill, Mr. Speaker, Parliament sends a strong message that no act of service to the nation goes unrecognized, and that this government is committed to correcting long outstanding issues that affect the welfare and dignity of our workers. Mr. Speaker, I therefore commend this bill to the Honorable House and invite all members to lend the support as usual. Mr. Speaker, I yield the floor.
Member for the Public Service.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present Mr. Speaker, very pleased to be part of this discussion, and having heard the commitment from the Honorable Prime Minister, and he's the one holding the purse. And if he says it's empty, it's empty. If he says he has something in it, then I am reassured that the St. Lucian people will be smiling this evening, or they will get the good news tomorrow morning. But Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, this has been a tiffin problem, and every member sitting in this house would have a few of their constituents who will benefit from this amendment to the bill, because they are throughout the country. And that will definitely continue to place the government in good stead, in good light, as we move forward in serving the people. I want to thank them, those who have waited patiently, and give them the reassurance that this government puts them first. And it's because we put them first that we have made the sacrifice to be here this evening and to deliver what we promise the people of St. Lucia. With this, Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to give due consideration to this amendment as we continue to serve the people in St. Lucia well.
Honourable members, the question is that the Pensions Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Pensions Act, Cap 15.26.
Clause 2.
Amendment of Section 6.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I beg to report that the Pensions Amendment Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Minister for the Public Service.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and pass.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Pensions Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's most excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Pensions Amendment Act 2025.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this House stands adjourned, sine die.
Honourable members, allow me to first of all apologize for the breaks in continuity throughout the day, and I applaud you for your patience that you exhibited. I also want to thank the technicians, both NTN and our private contractor, for the immense assistance, without which today's sitting could not have reached the stage it has reached now. Honorable members, the question is that this House do stand adjourned sine die. I now put the question. As many as little opinions say aye. As many of our country opinions say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The member who said no can remain.
All right.
Pas qu'à y prendre temps pour regarder, discuter après, mais il tenait un moment, comme on dit, avec autant de speakers avant, il fait une session aujourd'hui, il dit, il prend apologie pour un petit moment temps, puisqu'il a tenu problème, et puis Nico, avec bagaille électronique qui était ici, là, et aussi, un petit moment intéressant, mais quand même, nous arrivons au bout de la session, tout le monde est présent aujourd'hui, ça c'est intéressant, puisque normalement, on est bien qui partent là, mais pour le moment qu'on nous a fait, mais il y a des parties, mais nous il finit et puis en présentation, ça c'est un changement, en bill, ça c'est pensions qui était présenté par ça c'est honorable Dr. Virginia Albert qui m'a parlé pour Babono, ça c'est la première fois qu'il a présenté un bill comme ça, avec, il allait bien avec ça c'est pension. Nous avons utilisé une prise sur ça en temps qui a venu. Vous voulez dire?
Oui, merci Michael. Pour dire, on doit essayer de faire créole international. Nous avons fait créole. Merci pour avoir cette journée longue aussi. Je l'ai été long, so just regarder pour NTN et pour ça qui développé throughout journée. Merci à Phil pour ça où était nous avons bonsoir.
Merci pour tous les techniciens, merci pour tout le monde qui participé en production celle-là, avec nous avons bonsoir et nous avons retourné pour station NTN.